Chapter 1052. Lei Changtian said indifferently, "I don't know what gives you the confidence to say that." Suddenly, he reached out and picked up the teacup, saying, "Please, Great Elder." The Great Elder picked up the teacup and smiled, "Please." Lei Changtian smiled faintly, but a black light suddenly appeared and attacked the Great Elder like lightning. Although he couldn't save that girl, he had to avenge her. The Great Elder's expression didn't change, and he also sent out a beam of demon chi. In an instant, the two of them changed their hand gestures slightly. Two beams of pure demon chi moved around in the small space, chasing and fighting each other. The other hand held the teacup. The water in the teacup was calm, and there wasn't even a ripple. The power of the two was circling and fighting in this small space. It looked ordinary, but in fact, every bit of power was filled with the power to shatter mountains and crack the earth. The reason why it looked ordinary was that the two of them didn't leak a single bit of their power. Whoever's power leaked out would be the loser. This was the fight between the top experts. A difference of a millimeter could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. It wasn't just a saying. The two beams of black chi moved back and forth between the teacup like dragons. They kept making dull but weak sounds like muffled thunder, and kept moving back and forth quickly. Finally, with a light bang, the two beams of black chi that were chasing each other turned around and collided with each other head-on with an irreversible momentum. Obviously, the two of them didn't intend to make any more concessions. They just collided with each other in the dark. During this process, the two of them still held the teacup steadily with one hand. Their expressions didn't change, and they even looked at each other and smiled. Everyone present was at the top of the world in terms of strength. They were all clear about this fight in the small space. They knew very well that both of them were injecting a huge amount of power into the teacup quickly and orderly. The two beams of black beam of light were still thin, but the color inside was getting deeper and deeper. Obviously, the destructive power in it was getting stronger and stronger. The glossy black smell was getting more and more obvious. However, there were no signs of it becoming longer, thicker, or scattered. It fully displayed the power and control of the peak of the world. The current situation was a clash of the purest origin energy. In terms of martial arts novels, this was the most extreme competition of internal energy. The strong would win, and the weak would lose. Whoever couldn't hold on would lose. However, the two of them represented two different races. Who would be willing to admit defeat? As time passed, the two of them unleashed more and more power, becoming more and more concentrated. After a long while, their originally calm expressions finally changed. Lei Changtian's face slowly darkened, while the first elder's face turned slightly pale. However, the two of them remained calm as they looked at each other with smiles on their faces. There wasn't the slightest bit of pressure. After a while, the great shaman of Poison laughed and said, "Since we're just acquaintances, you two have just met and you've already known each other for such a long time. Do you think we're nothing? I'll join in as well." Before he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. Two green lights suddenly flew out and attacked Lei Changtian and the first elder's eyes respectively. The two of them blinked at the same time and suddenly exhaled to meet the green lights. The great ice abyss which also moved. He flicked his finger lightly and the black lights that were confronting the two of them were directly pushed away. He said disdainfully, "What's the point of fighting here and there but you can't kill anyone?" He actually gathered the two balls of black light into a ball in his palm. Then, like two sticks, he threw them into the sky. With a puff, the two balls of black light directly penetrated the shield above and the clouds. After a full half a minute, there was a sudden explosion that sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Following this explosion, a fierce hurricane swept up in the sky above the three great forests. "Do you want to fly up and take a look?" The great ice abyss witch said with a smile, "If we go up and take a look now, we can probably see who won and who lost. Whichever side explodes the wider area wins." He smiled happily, "Let's go up and take a look, let's go up and take a look." Lei Changtian and the first elder of the demon race snorted at the same time, but no one spoke. For the first time, the first elder of the demon race looked at Lei Changtian with a hidden fear. Lei Changtian also looked at the first elder of the demon race with a little surprise, and then glanced at the other 5 high-level demon race one by one. Lei Changtian really didn't expect that the Wu people, who had always been known for killing, would allow their former enemy, the demon race, to maintain a demon race descendant tribe in the interior of the Wu people's continent. And after so many years of development, this tribe actually had such strength. Whether or not this first elder was the #1 expert of the demon race, at least the 5 in front of him should be on the same level as the first elder, or at most a little lower. And such a force, although it couldn't compare to the high level of the Astral Souls continent or the experts of the Tao League, but their overall strength was still considerable. And the sudden appearance of such a powerful force, and even a race, was simply a great change in the continent, enough to affect the power structure of the 3 continents. Admirable, admirable, the human race's high cultivators are really brilliant. The first elder of the demon race took a deep breath. The demon race's almighty figures are the ones who live up to their reputation. Lei Changtian said. The 6 elders of the demon race heard this and felt even more suffocated. Are you talking about the demon race or the demon ancestor? If it's the demon ancestor, are you talking about yourself or our great demon god? This human's nickname really deserves to die. But no matter how uncomfortable they felt in their hearts, this contest was already over. The other party really did have the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top experts of the demon race, and even had the strength to surpass them. Everyone could only drink tea and chat harmoniously on the surface, not daring to be rash. Not long ago, Zhuo Xiaoduo keenly felt the danger in front of him. Without saying a word, he immediately entered the Tower of Void Extermination. As soon as he entered, he immediately grabbed the heaven-mending stone to restore a wave of life energy for himself. Taking a breath, he lay down on the ground of the Tower of Void Extermination. He was sweating like rain, and his whole body was comfortable. That pause just now was really a refreshing killing. Although at the last moment, the aura that suddenly appeared really made my heart palpitate. Unexpectedly, there was actually such a master in the demon race. And such a close feeling of extreme killing intent. It was the first time in Zhuo Xiaoduo's life to fight an enemy. It was a kind of. As long as the other party was willing, he could immediately grab your heart and crush it directly, and you would immediately die in the middle of the road. This feeling. It's really too scary. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but frown. Although he had entered the Tower of Void Extermination, the Tower of Void Extermination was now under the blessing of Elder Wan, and he no longer had to worry about being discovered and acted upon. After communicating with Elder Wan, Zhuo Xiaoduo could already confirm that in the Demon Spirit Forest and Demon Spirit Forest, there were strong people, and the strongest could reach the top of the world. However, compared to Elder Wan, they were far inferior, so he didn't have to worry about the Tower of Void Extermination being discovered by others. However, because of this, he could no longer make any moves. This meant that when he went out again, he would still be in the same position as when he first entered. It was still as dangerous as it should be. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that things had come to this, but he didn't want to go too far. He took out the essence of the flaming sun real fire and began to cultivate, while constantly thinking in his heart. Not acting rashly was one thing, but what should he do next? The safety issue was not a big problem, but the real key was how to escape. He calculated the time. Now, 1 day outside was equivalent to 90 days inside the Tower of Void Extermination. Then, 12 hours outside was equivalent to 45 days inside. So, 1 hour was equivalent to 4 days. Half an hour was equivalent to 2 days. Then, if he cultivated inside the Tower of Void Extermination for 24 hours, only a quarter of an hour would have passed outside. I'll rest here for 24 hours, then go out. Zhuo Xiaoduo adjusted the clock and began to cultivate and rest. The reason why he chose 24 hours was naturally that Zhou Xiaoduo had a lot of considerations. He disappeared as soon as he came in, so the focus of the search would naturally be the place where he just came in. It was estimated that the search of this place would last for quite some time. This period of time, under normal circumstances, would take 5 or 6 minutes, or even less. After this period of time, many people would instinctively think that they had moved. In fact, the most realistic thing to do was to move as soon as possible. Based on this idea, they naturally began to focus on searching other places. During this period of time, even if there were still people paying attention to the place where he just disappeared, there wouldn't be too many of them. As time continued to pass, after more than 10 minutes, basically no one would think that he was still there. Based on human psychology, this was the most relaxed moment for the place where one had disappeared from. If more time passed and they searched other places without finding anything, this place would once again become the focus of attention. This meant that the most dangerous place was the safest place, and vice versa. Therefore, 15 minutes was the best time and the best opportunity. After a day and a night, Zhou Xiaoduo had just finished absorbing a true flame essence. He was full of energy and was in perfect condition. He watched the true flame essence rise in his palm. The high temperature of the true flame essence slowly dimmed and turned into powder. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath. He felt that his second level of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun, had been completely perfected. Perhaps after 2 more rounds of cultivation, he would be able to break through to the third level of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the Clear Sky Great Sun. Unfortunately, time waits for no man. There was no time to continue cultivating and trying to break through. During these 15 minutes, he had to try and get out. He had to try and find a way out of this predicament. Before he went out, he first used the breath-concealing technique to conceal his aura as much as possible. Then, he pulled himself together and suppressed the spiritual energy of the Flaming Sun Sutra and Zhu Rong's true flame essence into his dantian. He stood still and no longer emitted any heat. Then, he imitated the aura of the demon clan and tattered his body. He pulled out a dead demonic beast from his spatial ring and skinned it, using it to make a hat to cover his bald head. From head to toe, there was an inexplicable stench other than the smell of blood. Chapter 1053. Pinching his nose, Zhou Xiaoduo, who was a bit of a clean freak, sighed. I, Zhou Xiaoduo, have always been open and aboveboard. Today, I have to endure the humiliation. So be it. Then, he cautiously flashed out and paid full attention to any possible changes that might occur. Sure enough, the surveillance here was not very strict. When he appeared from the corner, it gave the other demons the feeling that he had just turned around from the other side. Listening to the surrounding demons, Zhou Xiaoduo was very unhappy. What was the meaning of this? Where did that great human demon go? Did you catch him? No. That great demon lord is simply too cruel. He has no demonic nature at all. He's too cruel. Just him alone killed tens of thousands of our clansmen at once. There are at least billions of such humans in the Astral Souls continent. Even if they are not as cruel as him, I'm afraid they are not easy to deal with. Whenever I think of the number of human heads, I can't help but feel weak in my teeth and cramp in my legs. It's not just you, me, and him. Not all of them are like this. It turns out that humans are the real demons. The one we encountered today is the great demon, the demon of demons. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to stand out and roar, "Damn, who is the great demon? Don't make a mistake. Am I the demon or are you the demons?" Was this still reasonable? I am a good person, how did I become the great demon when I came to you demons? Demon of demons? Do you believe that I will sue you for slander? Even if it's called a human head. Bah, you can't call it a human head. That's called. Forget it, do whatever you want. Zhou Xiaoduo was angry in his heart. He walked out quickly, but he carefully controlled his cultivation to be at the level of the transformation cloud. Suddenly, a group of demons walked towards him and shouted, "Did you find anything?" "No, first." Zhuo Xiaoduo spoke in a low muffled voice with his tongue stuck out. When he spoke, his bloody teeth were exposed. The demons on the other side were shocked. They said angrily, "What the fuck did you eat? Why is there such a strong smell in your mouth? Don't you know your breath? Shut up, shut up. Don't talk to me." Their faces were full of disgust. Without any explanation, they walked past him quickly. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked forward with his body hunched, still reeking of stench and blood. Of course, he was going outside. At this point, how could he not know that he was going in the wrong direction? The reason why the other party tried so hard to stop him from approaching was clearly because they did not want his arrival to alarm the higher-ups of the demon race. However, he thought that he had succeeded in his plan and directly barged into the other party's base camp. Such luck was really unparalleled. He had almost schemed himself to death. But as soon as he walked in that direction, he saw Mo Shirjiu and a large group of demon experts heading his way. Among them, there were many that he had fought with before. Zhuo Xiaoduo stealthily turned around and walked back. He didn't expect that there would be demons coming this way, so he changed direction. However, after taking a few more twists and turns, they would enter that hall if they continued forward. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but complain in his heart, and his footsteps became slower and slower. Behind him, Mo Shirjiu rushed over. When he saw the guy in front of him dilly-dallying, he was already extremely depressed from losing his official position, so he became even more depressed. He took a step forward and kicked Zhuo Xiaoduo's butt without any explanation. He scolded, "Are you fucking practicing how to crawl? You're as slow as a snail demon of the demon race. What do you want?" With Zhuo Xiaoduo's current cultivation level, he couldn't dodge or resist the kick. He didn't dare to act rashly because of his status, so he could only be kicked away. A demon expert who came from the side frowned and cursed, "Why is this guy so smelly?" He took the opportunity to kick Zhuo Xiaoduo's other buttocks. The two forces combined. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed and flew into the hall like a meaty egg. At this moment, there were many experts in the hall, and they were real experts. They were all at the top of the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt like fucking a dog. Fuck, why is my luck so bad? It makes me speechless. Could it be that I've been so lucky before that I've run out of luck? Fuck. I'm really done for this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed with his tongue out. He flew in with a whoosh and landed on the ground with a thud. He even slid for a distance. What followed was the smell of blood and stench that permeated the air. Seeing the sudden turn of events, the demon race great elder immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. Now that there was an esteemed guest inside, why did this happen? He shouted angrily, "Speak, what's going on?" At the door, Mo Shirjiu and the other demon race commander were sweating profusely, their backs drenched in sweat. They didn't expect this to happen. It was like the beginning of a big show, but there was no surprise, only shock and horror. Cough. I was careless, punishing this subordinate and offending the great ancestor. Please forgive me, great ancestor. What are you waiting for? Throw this demon aside. Mo Shirjiu ran 2 steps, picked up Zhuo Xiaoduo, and threw him out with a whoosh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was secretly rejoicing that he managed to escape. Indeed, the heavenly Tao always blesses the kind-hearted. However, he instantly realized that he was thrown in the wrong direction. He was actually thrown further into the main hall. When he took a peek, he realized that there was a huge plaza inside that he seemed to have landed next to an altar. Mo Shirjiu shouted from above, "Throw this guy into the cleansing pool. He stinks." He pinched his nose as he spoke. His face was full of disgust. One of the demons nodded and walked toward him with sonorous steps. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and looked up. He had to see what was going on around him. He had to see what was going on around him. Otherwise, why would he escape? Looking up, he saw a person hanging from the altar. It was a woman. He couldn't help but be stunned. What? What was going on? Like Lei Changtian, Zhuo Xiaoduo saw black lines penetrating the woman's body. She was in so much pain that her body convulsed, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. A demon flew up and grabbed the woman's chin. He lifted it up and poured some medicine into her mouth. The woman had no strength to resist and could only swallow it. However, when she lifted her head, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Wasn't this Zhan Xuejuan? What was going on? How could it be her? How could Zhan Xuejuan be captured and brought here? Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Elder Wan once said that after the war, the demons and monsters settled near the Tianling forest. They were afraid that the higher-ups of the Wu people would be suspicious and kill them, so they tried their best to reduce their presence. They didn't leave this place for a long time. Naturally, it was difficult for them to have anything to do with the astral souls in the human world. Zhan Xuejuan hadn't even been to the Sun-Moon Pass. Naturally, it was impossible for her to come to the Umno Alliance. The two sides weren't even close. Even if there were 80 or 800 poles, they wouldn't be able to reach each other. How could this happen? Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but think about the fate that he had read for Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan's bad luck. Was it supposed to be here? But this matter was too unexpected. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared at Zhan Xuejuan, who was tied up high on the altar. His heart was suddenly in a mess. What to do? There was no doubt that his current situation was extremely dangerous. If he made a mistake, he would be doomed eternally. This was the most central place of the demon race. It was the place with the most powerhouses. It could even be said that he was no match for any of the powerhouses of the demon race here. As long as he was discovered, then he would definitely die. There was no luck. Even if the other party just blew a breath, he would be blown to death. After he broke through and reached the returning mysterious state, he would be blown to death. Don't be too clear about this. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew his own limits at the very least. I'm nothing. I might be able to fight with some small fries, but facing the top powerhouses of the demon race, I'm not much stronger than an ant. They can crush me to death with a pinch of their fingers. They can drown me with their spit. What's more, my principle has always been to protect my own life. Everything else is inconsequential. I don't have any ability to save her now. If I move a little, I will also die. How can I dare to act rashly? If I don't move and save my own life, no one can say anything about me in this situation. Even if I don't say anything after I get out, no one will know what I saw. Besides, this is Zhan Xuejuan's life. This is her life. It's destined. I warned her early on, but she didn't follow my advice. She didn't seek fortune and avoid calamity. That's why she's in this situation. What does it have to do with me? If I make a move, not only will I be at great risk, but I will also go against fate. Pointing out the right path, seeking fortune and avoiding calamity once is already the limit. It's already too much. How can I go against fate again and again? Even a wise man wouldn't do that. Zhuo Xiaoduo kept convincing himself in his heart. He found all kinds of reasons to convince himself not to be impulsive. He must not be impulsive. Now is not the time to be loyal. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you're not a hero. You're a coward. When you can't do anything, I beg you, be a coward. Save your own life first, okay? Think about mom and dad, think about Sister Nian. They're still waiting for you to come back. Zhuo Xiaoduo, your life is more important than Zhan Xuejuan. I beg you, this time, be a coward. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best to convince himself. He tried his best to find as many reasons for himself as possible. Family, country, righteousness, humanity, justice, there was nothing he didn't consider. The result of every consideration was that he didn't need to save Zhang Xuejuan. However, there was a fire in his heart that was gradually rising. Save. Don't save. Chapter 1054. To be fair, considering Zhuo Xiaoduo's current situation, position, and ability, it was completely reasonable and understandable that he chose not to save Zhang Xuejuan. As long as one was not too pretentious, they would not find the right to criticize Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo's choice was not to erase his conscience, but to size up the situation. If he acted rashly, there was a 99% chance that he would not be able to save Zhang Xuejuan, and he would lose his life instead. And now, he was safe. Using one's life to gamble on a minuscule possibility might happen to a brave man, but it definitely shouldn't happen to someone like Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was very smart and was afraid of death. Even if he asked his heart, he had a clear conscience. But for some reason, the more he thought about it, the more reasons he desperately looked for to retreat. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but have another thought in his mind. It was like a flame that suddenly appeared, and then a small fire started to burn the prairie. There is still a chance. As long as I am fast enough, the chance is not necessarily slim. As long as I see the gap and seize the opportunity, I still have a chance to save Zhang Xuejuan. Then, as long as I hide in the Tower of Destruction, no one will be able to find me. The premise of all this is that I am fast enough and seize the opportunity well. I can't do this and I can't do that. Seeing my friend, my brother's wife, being harmed like this, but I still have to find all kinds of reasons to convince myself. Even if it's not erasing my conscience, it's burying my conscience. How can I not feel guilty? If you don't save her when she is in danger, why do you practice martial arts? Is it just to train your body? Every time you see Xiang Chong in the future, how will you feel? Even if you don't know him, you can't just watch your fellow astral souls being harmed by the alien race, let alone your close friends and family. The most basic purpose of practicing martial arts is to protect your family and your country. But today, if your parents or Nian Mao were tied up, would you just turn around and leave indifferently knowing that you would die? Didn't he still have to charge forward bravely without hesitation and risk his life to save her? Why are you so terrified when it's someone else? Why are you finding all sorts of excuses? There are 10,000 excuses to shirk the responsibility, but there is only one reason to move forward. You have a trump card. You have a chance of success. You might not die even if you go. But if you don't do it, in this life, every time you think about it, will you be able to feel at ease? Can you really have a clear conscience? Why are you cultivating? Is the purpose of training to weigh the pros and cons and avoid the cons? In a short period of time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already gone through many thoughts. In the hall, the 6 elders of the devil tribe were still drinking tea and chatting with the 2 great sorcerers and Lei Changtian. They were so focused that they didn't dare to be careless and didn't pay attention to anything else. The devil tribe had been living in seclusion for a long time. Although the elders and the upper echelons of the devil tribe had once roamed the other territories of the Umno Alliance for a period of time after their cultivation had reached a certain level, they didn't go out to train for long. After all, they had the teachings of their ancestors and the alliance with the Wu people. So in terms of Jianghu experience, they could only be considered average. But when it came to the 6 elders or the experts above the sky realm, they had reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this world and were enough to make up for their lack of experience. The upper echelons of the devil tribe didn't care at all about the dirty and smelly devil that Imo Shirjiu had kicked in. After all, he had been kicked in by Imo Shirjiu and the others. And this kind of thing, similar situations, had happened too many times over the years, so much so that it made them numb. The devil tribe was all boorish and impulsive. It wasn't that the elders didn't have a headache, but that they had been troubled for too long and had long gotten used to these boorishness. The matter had already been taken care of, and there were still important guests here, so they had to treat them with care. If they cared about some minor details, it would be suspicious and demeaning. The guard of the devil tribe walked over with a mace on his shoulder. Pinching his nose, he looked at Swiss Duo and said in a muffled voice, "You idiot, did you fall into a latrine pit and just crawled out? Why are you so smelly?" With one hand covering his nose, the guard stretched out the other trembling hand and extended the mace in his hand. He was about to pick up Swiss Duo and throw him out. The disdain of the devil tribe was obvious and undisguised. As long as Swiss Duo was thrown out by the mace, at least he wouldn't be discovered and he would be safe. But at this moment, Swiss Duo, who had been lying on the ground like a dead fish, suddenly shot up like a rocket. At this moment, Swiss Duo's speed directly soared to the limit of his body, or even exceeded it. Streaks of shadows flashed at extreme speed. Before the guard of the devil tribe could react, Swiss Duo's figure had already rushed to the altar that was 300 meters high. Silently, he held the sledgehammer in his hand and swung it in a circle. Untie the rope. Swiss Duo would never do such a lowly thing. Because it would take a lot of time. The moment Swiss Duo burst out, he had already thought of a comprehensive plan. He had to use the shortest time to complete this rescue operation, and the simplest rescue plan was, he smashed the flagpole with his hammer and took away everything that was connected to it. For example, Zhan Xuejuan was currently connected to the flagpole by a rope. Therefore, when he reached a certain height, he had already raised the sledgehammer. This time, he directly used the fire attribute power of the elemental fire art. Fierce and violent, insufferably arrogant, pressing forward with indomitable will. The 99 kitty hammer stirred up a black and white whirlwind. The whirlwind was wrapped in a fiery red power. It was as if a radiant sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. An abnormally hot aura suddenly filled the entire Devil Soul Castle. Around the altar of the Devil Soul Castle, there were 108 small houses built. The 108 Devil Tribe experts each occupied one of them. They were all sitting cross-legged, their hands forming strange seals as they went about their own business. Streaks of devil chi soared into the sky. At the beginning, it was extremely dense, but it slowly faded and flew towards the altar. All of the devil chi, after making a circle around the altar, converged into one, and then passed through Zhan Xuejuan's body. This passing through would create a transparent bloody hole on Zhan Xuejuan's body, but this wound would heal immediately. However, even if the wound would heal, because of the blood essence that was carried out by the strike, most of it would dissipate in the air, but a small portion of it would quietly merge into the air. And as the wisps of blood essence continued to merge, the devil cloud in the air was turbulent, growing at an almost imperceptible rate. If one was here a few days ago, they would be able to directly observe that the devil cloud in the air today was at least twice as dense as 6 or 7 days ago. The results were immediate and remarkable. And the faint whispers hidden in the devil cloud, the traces of extremely evil chi, as well as the extremely abundant bloodthirsty and murderous aura, were about to take shape. Seeing this scene, the 108 devil monarchs who were working together were indescribably excited. Even if they did this personally, they did not expect that this time, capturing this human girl would actually bring such a huge harvest. The bloodline of the war god, the blood of a martyr, the heart of loyalty, the soul of a virgin. This was the necessary condition to summon the devil ancestor. And the most basic result of this ritual was to let the devil ancestor feel the current position. He could shoot in the boundless starry sky, knowing where to go and return. And the source of all this was the preparation that the devil ancestor had set up when he was traveling the human world. He had set up more than 700 so-called immortal fate, with the order of fate, just so that one day, when the devil ancestor was completely sealed in the devil's spirit forest, he could go out. As long as one family activated the immortal fate ritual, they would achieve the fundamental opportunity to summon the devil ancestor again, and it would no longer be up to them to break the restriction and go out by themselves. They would be passive. And the follow-up of the immortal fate was, after the devil ancestor went out, they would eat that family and even the surrounding villages and counties. Then, the devil ancestor would transform into those people, replace them, and gradually nibble away, slowly growing stronger. This was a plan that had been prepared for a long time. And since the flood witch had left the devil spirit forest as a habitat for the devil race when the Wu people returned, she had set up a special rule for the devil race. They could no longer enter the human world, whether it was the world of the Umno Alliance, the Tao League, or the world of astral souls. Coincidentally, the devil race also had a prophecy left by their ancestors, and they were also not allowed to go out. And because of this, the two sides had reached an agreement. The higher-ups of the devil race gathered their people and settled in the devil spirit forest. Countless years had passed, and as the number of devil race's devil population increased, their vitality gradually recovered, and the higher-ups of the devil race naturally thought more and more about the preparations of the past, hoping that the immortal fate would be activated. But it was a pity that, after waiting for so long, there was only one family, and the connecting passage was cut off by that extremely fierce woman. She paid the price of one of her own arms to cut off the passage that the devil race used to reach the human world on the other side. How could the devil race not be angry? So many years of expectation, so many years of painstaking effort, but it was cut off by a little girl like you. That was why the great elder of the demon race had said, "She herself has incurred the wrath of our race, so she will naturally receive her retribution." It wasn't a groundless statement, but a statement that he truly hated her. And when the devil race involved saw that things were not going well, and was sure that he could not get out, he used the last of his strength to capture Zhan Xuejuan. But it was a different story. The reason why it was a different story was because the subsequent development of the matter was completely different from the original intention. The original intention of the devil race involved capturing Zhan Xuejuan was that Zhan Xuejuan had ruined his plan, so he naturally wanted to take revenge. But when he really captured Zhan Xuejuan, he was surprised to find that, damn, he had caught a treasure. Chapter 1055. The experts of the demon race were pleasantly surprised. The captured human girl actually had the purest bloodline of the war god. She was fierce and had reached the level of jade blood loyal heart. Her temperament was also extremely loyal. Furthermore, she was still a virgin. These rare attributes were all gathered in one person. Not only was it rare, it was also a perfect fit for a big move that the demon race had long given up on. So much so that this matter directly alarmed the 6 elders. The demons were ecstatic. Because these basic conditions were met, they could restart the ritual to summon the demon ancestor. And the most ideal result of starting this ritual was to directly summon the demon ancestor back to the Umno Alliance. Of course, this was an extremely idealistic result. Zhan Xuejuan was just an ordinary woman with mediocre cultivation. It was already a blessing to be able to meet the requirements of the initiation ceremony. To achieve the most ideal situation, anyone would know that it was unrealistic. But even the worst result could still be used to communicate with the demon ancestor. The demon race that was drifting outside would know the coordinates of the other side and be able to return by following these coordinates. And based on this idea, the demon race did not hesitate to use the most precious resources of the entire race to concoct the 9 deaths revival fluid. Every time the demon essence extracted Zhan Xuejuan's blood soul, it would be immediately replenished. This allowed Zhan Xuejuan's body to always be in a healthy state. It could withstand a total of 108 piercings and blood soul sacrifices in a day. And this also meant that Zhan Xuejuan had to endure 108 piercings of demon essence in a day, hovering between life and death. This kind of feeling was definitely worse than death. And Zhan Xuejuan could not even commit suicide. Now, it was already the 12th day of starting this ritual. And since the day before the 6 peak experts of the devil race had all produced a weak connection that originated from the other side of the distant starry sky. It was intermittent and intermittent. This was already proof. The ritual was effective. The demon race that was drifting outside, or rather, the demon ancestor himself, had already felt the call here. This result naturally made the demons even more excited and excited. It was indeed effective. The heavens blessed the demon race. The demon race's return to the world was irresistible. The true blood and true soul of a girl that was hard to find in billions of years appeared at this moment. Wasn't this proof that the heavens had proof that the demon race would definitely achieve great things? His previous feelings returned to reality. Just before Zhou Xiaoduo went berserk. Suddenly, a faint and extremely narrow hole appeared in the air. It was so faint that it was almost undetectable. It was hidden in the demonic clouds and was almost undetectable. And through this hole, the demonic aura on this side was being sucked in. As long as the demonic chi on both sides could be connected, the two sides could be connected into a channel. The so-called demon ancestor coming to the other side was no longer a lie. And in the depths of this hole, an unknown distance away, in the vast starry sky, there was a sharp point of light that broke through the layers of nebulas, piercing straight towards this place. That shining edge was the legendary ancestral fiend's natal divine weapon, the god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear that had caused endless wails in the heavens and earth, and even the mighty sages would have a headache over it, was coming at them at an extreme speed that surpassed time and space. Wherever it passed, countless planets in the starry sky would explode, be penetrated, and disintegrate. It never stopped. The god-slaying spear was indestructible. Behind him, it was as if a path of fireworks had exploded. Countless planets were pierced and exploded by the spear, but they could not slow down the god-slaying spear at all. The tip of the spear was shining. It was getting closer and closer. It was getting closer and closer. All of a sudden, Zhou Xiaoduo leaped up and swung his hammer. He used up all of his cultivation and all of his accumulated power. At this moment, the Zhu Rong true fire, which only belonged to the Zhu Rong ancestor of Magi, seemed to have regained the feeling that had been lost for tens of thousands of years. With a loud bang, it was extremely flamboyant and destructive. Boundless flames, with a kind of power that could fight the heavens and earth, soared into the sky. This world. I'm back again. Wahahaha. Although it had changed owners, the real fire was still the real fire. No matter who it followed, it was still invincible. Following that, the two auras of the black and white gourds rushed out in a very displeased manner. They grabbed the real fire from both sides and started to beat it up. After dozens of continuous punches, they dragged the real fire back to the 9-9 cat hammer as if they were dragging a dead dog. I've given you face. Why are you so arrogant? Can't you see that we're here? Don't you know that first come, first served? Don't you know who's older and who's younger? You're just a spark of fire that won't be able to develop true spiritual intelligence even after millions of years. How dare you be so arrogant? It's fine if you pretend in front of outsiders, but if you dare to pretend in front of us, we'll turn you into a retard. At the moment when Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly exploded. In the main hall, the 6 elders who were drinking tea were all horrified. Without any explanation, they shook their hands and 12 rays of demon chi flew out. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo had only just jumped up from the ground. The 6 elders' reactions couldn't be described as slow. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Xiaoduo wouldn't have a chance to climb up the altar and save Zhang Xuejuan. Instead, he would have been torn to shreds by the surging demon chi the moment he moved. That's right, Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Now that he had broken through to the profound returning realm, not only was he invincible under the Skysoar realm, he could even contend against a peak Skysoar realm expert or even win. However, his cultivation and strength were at the peak of this world. In the eyes of anyone in the main hall, he could still be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Fortunately, the 6 elders were fast, but Lei Changtian was even faster. With a wave of his sleeves, he suddenly flew across the sky like a bat. Black chi spread out from both sides of his sleeves, blocking the demon chi of the 6 elders in one fell swoop. The old devil, who had been silent for so many years, finally showed his prowess and the might of the devil ancestor. Demon chi and spiritual yuan steamed all over his body, and he laughed sinisterly. Don't fucking move. The poison witch and the deep ice witch also moved. One on the left and the other on the right, each exerting their strength to stop the 3 elders. They frowned. Don't be rash. The 6 elders were furious. Don't be rash. How can you say these 3 words out loud? Although it was only a momentary delay, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already pounced forward. He swung his sledgehammer. At this moment, the 108 devil monarchs in the 108 rooms all flew out in fury. Demon qi overflowed and surged violently. But it was already too late. It was too late. Boom! Although this was Zhuo Xiaoduo's most powerful strike so far, and its power was indeed extraordinary, when it came to actual killing power, it was still nothing in the eyes of the 9 big shots in the Demon God Hall. Even the 108 devil monarchs were basically able to contend with it. However, the effect of this strike was earth-shattering. It even affected history and the entire world. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know the consequences of this strike at all, and he didn't know what this altar was for. However, he was persuading himself to leave quickly, and at the same time, he gave it his all and swung his sledgehammer. This strike was a strike of fate, a strike of the devil's will, and it had a far-reaching impact and meaning. This was an extremely strong hammer strike that contained Zhuo Xiaoduo's lifelong belief. A real man must do what he shouldn't and what he must do. When I need to lie low, I can live an ignoble life. I can live a cowardly life. But when I need to show my sword, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of me, I will take this step. Regret? At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was full of regret. What was I thinking? Why was I so impulsive? I might die here. However, even though his heart was full of regret, he still swung his sledgehammer without hesitation. Boom! Zhuo Xiaoduo swung his sledgehammer with all his might, and the thick flagpole on the altar broke. And this cracking sound resonated in the hearts of all the demons. It cracked. The upper part of the altar couldn't withstand such a huge force, and it fell from the high platform. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately opened the space-destroying pagoda and flew up to meet it. Zhan Xuejuan, who was tied up on the altar, suddenly became clear-headed. She saw Zhuo Xiaoduo coming towards her. Her eyes, which were full of despair and dispirited spirit, suddenly became full of vitality. Her ecstasy almost overflowed. At this moment the god-killing spear, which was rushing at high speed, seemed to have sensed something. The tip of the spear shook furiously, and a shadow flew out from the tip of the spear. That was the true spirit of the god-killing spear. It forcefully crossed the space and arrived above the square of the demon temple, Zhuo. Zhan Xuejuan's lips trembled, and she only had time to call out his name. A shadow, which looked like the tip of a spear, shrunk thousands of times, pierced into Zhan Xuejuan's brain from the back of her head. In a flash, Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed up with extreme speed, and directly absorbed the upper part of the altar, including the highest part of the altar, into the space-destroying pagoda. At the moment when he was about to enter the altar, a spear suddenly emerged from Zhan Xuejuan's body. The god-killing spear. The shiny tip of the spear, which came out of nowhere, fiercely pierced towards Zhuo Xiaoduo's chest. It was full of boundless killing intent, and it was unstoppable. Bai and Jiu screamed at the same time. One on the left and the other on the right, they rushed forward and hugged the tip of the spear with all their might. But the shadow of the god-killing spear was unstoppable. It carried Bai and Jiu and rushed over together. Obviously, it would not stop until it killed Zhuo Xiaoduo. Boom! Thanks to Little White and Little Jiu's combined efforts, Zhuo Xiaoduo was finally able to get a chance to raise his 9-9 cat hammer in front of his chest. However, before he could push it forward, the god-slaying spear had already arrived. The two peerless heavenly weapons collided head-on. Clang! The explosion at this moment was so loud that it almost deafened everyone's ears. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed and flew out. The shadow of the god-killing spear also disappeared instantly. The space of the space-destroying pagoda was closed. The demonic clouds in the sky stopped. The space of nothingness that had just been opened also disappeared without a trace. The god-killing spear, which was flying at high speed on the other side of the universe, also stopped moving. It was trembling and trembling, as if it was unwilling to give up just like that. After a while, it finally had no choice but to turn into a ray of light and turn around to fly back. On the other side of the sea of stars, a huge shadow of the demon god appeared. It looked in a certain direction and sighed, "It's still not time." Chapter 1056. Zhou Xiaoduo was sent flying by an unparalleled force. This was the 99 cat hammer and by Jiu's resistance. Although they had reduced more than 90% of the power, Zhou Xiaoduo still couldn't bear the remaining power. He couldn't bear it. In an instant, he only felt that his internal organs were burning, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. His 5 limbs were injured, and he was very miserable. If he hadn't held the heaven-mending stone in his hand to replenish his vitality to the maximum extent, this less than 10% power would still be enough to kill him. The injuries caused this time were too severe, too fierce, and too overbearing. Even with the heaven-mending stone in his hand, he still couldn't recover for a long time. Zhou Xiaoduo only felt that it was difficult for him to breathe, and his internal organs were so uncomfortable that it felt like they had completely exploded. After a while, he regained his consciousness. The first thing he felt when he regained his consciousness was that he was surprised, "How am I still alive?" It was no wonder that Zhou Xiaoduo had this question. He couldn't enter the empty exterminating tower in the first place. At this moment, he was still exposed outside. How could there be any leeway for him to survive? Now, he wasn't dead yet. Well, why am I not dead yet? I'm still alive. Looking carefully, he saw 3 people standing side by side in front of him, protecting him behind them. One of them, who was dressed in white and had a tall and straight figure, was talking with a smile, "Hey, it's just a small matter. Do you have to make such a big fuss? It's just a child messing around and damaging some things. It's normal, so normal. Look at all of you, who are so uptight. You have to be magnanimous. Do you know magnanimity? We've been cultivating for so many years, and we've been putting on airs every day. Isn't it all for this magnanimity? Magnanimity. Ha ha ha. Your Excellency Great Elder, you're the #1 person in the Devil clan. After so many years of cultivation, how can you lack such magnanimity?" This person laughed and said, "He's still a child. You're all so old. Do you still want to lower yourself to the same level as a child? This can't be." All the devil clansmen on the opposite side, without exception, were livid with anger. Even the faces of the 6 elders were filled with anger. He's still a child. Why did this sentence sound so much like beating someone up? Now you know how to be gentlemanly. If this happens to the Wu people, I want to see where your gentlemanly attitude is. Icy Deep Witch, we respect you as an expert of the present age, but you can't go too far and talk nonsense, right? The Deep Ice Witch said, "Great Elder, you don't have to say that. How did I bully you? Why would I lie? Are you looking down on me?" Finally, the ending was a twist and turn of events. Was this a stroke of genius? On the other side, the Devil Race Great Elder and the others were so angry that their noses were about to become crooked. "What did we say to look down on you? Didn't we just speak the truth? Don't tell me you're not lying. Do you think we're all deaf? Great Witch, what are you saying?" The Great Elder forcibly suppressed his anger and said, "We have always been friendly." The Deep Ice Witch said, "Of course we have always been friendly. If we weren't, why would we come here? We came here to mediate for you with good intentions, but you said we were going too far. If this isn't looking down on me, what is it? Justice is in people's hearts, and we can see black and white clearly." The Deep Ice Witch paused for a moment and said, "For so many years, your Devil tribe has been resting and building up strength in our Wu tribe's territory. You can say that you've been eating our food, drinking our water, using our resources for cultivation, and occupying our land. It's not an exaggeration to say this, is it? We won't talk about this, but I don't understand. What did we Wu people do wrong to you devil clansmen? Is it wrong to show kindness? Why do you look down on me? Do you really think we Wu people are easy to talk to? The Deep Ice Witch's position had risen to that of the devil clansman. The Great Elder trembled and said angrily, Deep Ice Witch, you know I didn't mean that. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the Ice Deep Witch, you look down on me with such certainty. What is the reason for that? I'm one of the 12 witches, aren't I? Why do you look down on me? Do you have a reason? He straightened his neck, as if he had been greatly wronged, and said loudly, you look down on me, which means you look down on us 12 witches. You look down on us 12 witches, which means you look down on us Wu people. You look down on us Wu people, which means you look down on our boss Flood. How did our boss Flood offend you? Why do you look down on him so much? Isn't it too much? The more the Deep Ice Witch said, the more confident she felt. She even felt a little wronged. Yes, these devil clansmen look down on our boss Flood. The devil clan elders were trembling with anger. How was he going to reason with them? There was simply no way to reason with this Deep Ice Witch. She was simply pestering him endlessly. Her mouth was full of fallacies. For a moment, anger filled their chests. They really wanted to shout, what are you shouting for? So what if we look down on you? But no matter what, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Because once they said it out loud, the consequences would be too serious. It might even lead to the destruction of the Devil Forest and the entire Devil clan. The situation was more powerful than the person. What could they do? What's more, the Great Ice Abyss Witch was already like this here. When they went back, it could be imagined that they would definitely exaggerate the story. The Flood Witch was a righteous person, but after all, he was their brother. If they really listened to slanderous words and used the power of the Wu people to crusade against them, then everything would be terrible. The Devil clan wouldn't have to wait until they came out of the Jianghu. They would be directly destroyed here. Although the 6 elders thought highly of themselves, and each of them had the power of a peak-level magus, there were still differences among the peak-level magi. Except for the first 3 elders, who could be mentioned in the same breath as the few senior magi, the others were not powerful enough to fight against the senior magi. The Great Elder was able to fight with Lei Zhangtian, but when it came to fighting against the Great Flood Witch, there was only a dead end for him. There was no luck. How could they say the word, look down, so casually? How could they say it casually? On the opposite side. At this moment, Lei Zhangtian and the Great Witch of Poisonous Poison were actually admiring the Great Witch of Icy Deep. Well, to be more precise, they were in awe of the Ice Deep Witch's eloquence. What was unreasonable? What did he mean by saying that it was unreasonable? Bing Ming was the one who was truly unreasonable. He was the one who could say that he was unreasonable. The Deep Ice Witch's ability to offend people everywhere was used at this moment, and her eloquence really complemented each other. She made full use of everyone's talents, shining brilliantly, and shining magnificently. Her offensive mouth had been scolded for a whole lifetime. Today, it was finally praised for once, and even admired for once. On the other side, no matter what, the Deep Ice Witch used, you look down on me, you look down on us Wu people, and you look down on our boss Flood, to start the debate. No matter how eloquent the demons on the opposite side were, they couldn't get around this hurdle. The Great Elder's face was covered with a layer of frost. He couldn't help but sneer, Icy Deep Witch, all the people present here are powerful people. None of them are fools. There's only one reason why you're pestering us endlessly. That is, you want to protect this kid today. The first elder's voice was cold. The Deep Ice Witch said lightly, he is just a child. What mistakes can he make? Why can't he be forgiven? When a child makes a mistake, we, as adults, should be more tolerant. Who didn't make mistakes when they were young? Don't tell me that we have to beat a child to death just because he made a small mistake. The Deep Ice Witch said earnestly, you also said that we are all strong people. After so many years of cultivation, when we were young, it was normal for us to make small mistakes and get into trouble. To be honest, if our seniors couldn't tolerate our mistakes, how could we have grown up today? All the demons gathered around. Everyone was so angry that they were dizzy. Who would talk to you from the bottom of their hearts? Who had such a naughty child? Was this something that could be erased by the word child? Whose child could run to someone else's home, kill tens of thousands of people, and then just say, he is still a child, and write it off? Where was your face? Could you be more shameless? The sixth elder of the demon clan couldn't help but be angry. He said, Deep Ice Witch, if you insist on saying so, can our children also go to the Wu people's territory and kill people like this? Go to the astral souls and kill people? Then say, he is still a child, and can go back safely. The Deep Ice Witch said confidently, this is a reasonable thing. As a great witch, since I said so, I will treat everyone equally. As for your children, go ahead and do whatever you want. Don't have any scruples. You can say a few names later, and I will record them into the token of gratitude. I will make the decision for this small matter. The Deep Ice Witch sighed and said understandingly, after all, who doesn't have a few lively children? I understand very well. Several elders of the demon clan felt more and more dizzy. Originally, the sixth elder intended to force the Deep Ice Witch into a dead end with the words of a counterattack, and even implicate the human tribe. He wanted the witch to be unable to justify herself. However, the Deep Ice Witch not only agreed to it, but also used the token of favor, which was quite popular in the 3 continents, to make the situation more reasonable. However, everyone felt more suffocated in their hearts. You said it so easily. Yes, the token of gratitude is a good thing, and it is the best way to cultivate the seeds of our clan. But how can our children be compared with the Umno Alliance, the Tao League, and the human clan of the Astral Souls? We are the weak group now, okay? No matter in manpower, material resources, or even the number of geniuses in our clan, we are far from being able to compare with the 3 of you. Each of you has a burning order for the token of gratitude. Do you think we don't know? If our children really go to your territory, I'm afraid they will be directly killed by your burning order before they have time to kill people. And you can kill them naturally. Even if we, the elders, are here and watch, the Wu people won't care about our faces at all, and you won't let them go because they are still children. In the end, isn't it all because the sorcerer tribe is powerful? Isn't that why you, the Deep Ice Witch, are bullying people? Why are you pretending to be a wolf? Chapter 1057. The second elder sneered and said, to be honest, this is the first time in my life that I've seen a kid with such a high cultivation. Ha, kid. There's a famous saying in the human race, heroes come from the young. Such a heroic young man is really rare. The Deep Ice Witch said lightly, then I really want to congratulate you. You've seen it now, haven't you? Although it's just a glimpse, it's enough for you to regret your whole life. Well, are you going to thank us? You. The second elder's eyes were about to crack. Even Zhou Xiaoduo, who had always been under the protection of the Great Witch, deeply admired the shamelessness of the Great Witch when he saw her acting like this. Zhou Xiaoduo had never thought of himself as a good person. He was often shameless, and often got a lot of benefits because of his shamelessness. He even thought that he was the best of the best. But today, after seeing the heroic appearance of the Deep Ice Witch, he realized that there was always someone better than him. The level of shamelessness could be so outstanding, arrogant, and unparalleled. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that although the main purpose of the shamelessness was to protect him, but shamelessness was shamelessness. There was nothing to quibble about. It was not right. The Deep Ice Witch was the one who had fully carried out the words shameless, unreasonable, crazy accusation, pointing at a deer as a horse, and, going against his conscience, to the extreme. Well, he has already reached the peak of the senior magus level in this world. With his shamelessness, no matter how much I flatter him, I'm still inferior to him. I must learn more in the future, and further my studies. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought to himself, but on the other hand, he faintly felt strange. The voice of the deep ice witch, why does it sound vaguely familiar? Where have I heard it? But how could a small shrimp like me have come in contact with such a great existence? It must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. But this is a bit strange, very strange, too strange. The old man who had left him here now came out to protect him. Maybe it was an instinctive protection for the genius of the Wu clan. But why did the two senior magi of the Wu people also protect him? And the deep ice witch's intention, motivation, and willingness were even more determined than the old man's. Wasn't this a big strange thing? Could it be that I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, have become so popular now? It was a bit strange, and difficult to understand. How come this world became so confusing to me? It's so confusing. On the other side, the great elder of the demon race finally couldn't restrain his temper. Of course, if he allowed the murderer who killed tens of thousands of his clansmen to be taken away so easily under the gaze of all the demons, what prestige would he have in the future? He was afraid that he would never be able to shake off the title of a spineless leader in this lifetime. Great Ice Abyss Witch, I know that this child has been set up by your witch tribe for a long time. It's necessary for you to deal with the human race. You definitely won't give him up. You don't have to say anything else. The great elder of the demon clan said blandly, his white beard fluttering in the wind, okay, but we have to follow the rules of the Jianghu. 2 out of 3 wins. If you win, you can take him away. But if we win, he must stay. This was the only way out. The elders of the demon clan thought that they had seen through Zhuo Xiaoduo's background and saw him as a human spy that the sorcerer tribe had painstakingly cultivated. Otherwise, why would they be so aggressive and even fight against him? Now that he was in a situation where he couldn't back down, it was impossible for him to just let them go. There had to be a reason to push the boat with the current and get off the donkey with the slope. Lei Changtian was a bit dumbfounded. The Wu people had planned this for a long time. Well, Zhuo Xiaoduo was his grandson, the only son of Elder Zhuo. How could he be a Wu people spy? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? Zhuo Xiaoduo was also dumbfounded. He was an elite of the human clan, the number 1 person on the human clan's human clan token, the number 1 talent. How could he be a Wu people spy? This was slander, slander. Fortunately, there were no other humans here. If someone heard this, how could he stay in the Jianghu? Aya, this is bad. That old fellow has heard everything. He has an old grudge with my father. I'm 99% sure that he's the cause of my current predicament. Will he kick me while I'm down and spread that devil's slander? It's not good if 3 people talk about a tiger and a multitude of mouths can distort metal. On the other side, the great elder of the ice abyss said blandly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, that's right. No matter what you say, it's always based on strength. The fist is the most powerful. The tone of this great shaman was obviously different from before. He was angry. The ice abyss felt that the leader of the demon clan in front of him was too unappreciative. The great elder of the ice abyss said that he would take him away again and again. I've wasted so much saliva, but this devil bastard doesn't give me face. Isn't this making this great shaman lose face? This is really preposterous. You really don't want face. I've told you again and again that he's just a child, but you still don't want to let him go. You look down on me. If Elder Flood was here, would this bastard dare to talk? Thinking of this, the great elder of the ice abyss suddenly felt that the demon clan really looked down on people. He was right. When he thought of this, his voice and tone naturally became more and more unpleasant to the ears. Then let's fight. The great elder of the ice abyss said coldly, ha ha ha, I've known that you're like this for a long time. If I don't kill a few of you, how can I learn my lesson? The great elder of the poison abyss smiled sinisterly and said, "It's good to move my hands and feet. Speaking of which, I really haven't moved for a long time. Let's take advantage of today's opportunity." Lei Changtian couldn't help but feel more and more strange. If it weren't for his good composure, high cultivation, and ability to control his mood, as well as considering the current situation, it would be normal for his eyeballs to fly out of their sockets in surprise. What's wrong with these two great elders? If I were to desperately protect my grandson, it would make sense and it would be natural. This is my biological grandson. But what's wrong with you two? Especially the great elder of the ice abyss. Why does he look more anxious than me? Before I could say anything, he rushed to the front line in a hurry. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he directly said that in order to protect Sui Shao Duo, he didn't hesitate to fight. He completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. Now, in order to protect his grandson, he's going to fight barehanded. What the hell? I've lived for so long, but it's the first time I've seen such a thing. I've really lived a long life. That's my grandson, not yours. Why are you in such a hurry? Look at how anxious you are. If I didn't know about my grandson's background, I might really think that he's a spy of the sorcerer tribe and a spy against the human race. How preposterous. The great elder of the devil clan was also angry. He said coldly, well, let's take advantage of today's opportunity to learn from the great magi of the Wu people. He glanced at the poisonous shaman and said, let's see whose cultivation is higher and whose power is stronger. These words naturally had a hidden meaning. Yes, I was talking about cultivation and martial prowess, not poison. I hope you can understand me and don't be as shameless as a certain someone. The poisonous shaman chuckled. Great elder is right. Then why haven't you evacuated the people yet? When we fight later, I'm not that strong, so it's inevitable that I'll use some unorthodox tricks. If I accidentally hurt someone, I'll be sorry. The poisonous shaman smiled eerily. I've already reminded you in advance. If something really happens, don't hurt our friendship. The corners of the 6 demon elders' mouths twitched in unison. Is this a reminder? You're clearly threatening us. We just said that we'll fight to determine the winner. Martial prowess and cultivation. Who said we're allowed to use poison? Didn't we put forward this condition to limit your poison? But you said you're going to use poison. Can't we play happily? You want to play with poison. Who the hell wants to play with you? You even want to disperse the crowd. That means you're going to use that kind of large-scale destructive poison gas. It's just 2 people fighting. Do you have to say that? With your power as a great magi, you can't control it yourself? What the hell? What the fuck? It turned out that the Wu people's great magi were each more shameless than the other. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the sky. A voice came from afar, laughing. You're really in a good mood. You came here to play today. We're also here to join in the fun. Haha, although this place is in the Wu people's territory, we haven't been here for a long time. 2 figures flashed and appeared in the sky. One was in a snow-white robe, and the other was in a green robe. A vast expanse of vitality came with the green-robed man, and an empty world came with the white-robed man. It seemed that with the white-robed man's arrival, even this space was changed. It was a very strange feeling. The 2 people laughed and fell from the sky. All the high-level Devil Clan members who had some knowledge changed their expressions. The demon race's great elder's expression turned even uglier. It changed again and again, becoming uglier and uglier. Great Magus Dan Kong. Great Magus Zhu Mang. The Grand Elder couldn't hold back the shock in his heart. Out of the 12 great magi of the Wu people, 4 of them came today. And they came just for this young man. It was obvious that the Wu people were determined to suppress the Devil Clan with absolute power. He was finally sure. This bald young man was not only a spy for the Wu people against the human race, but also a direct descendant of the Flood Witch of the Wu people. He should be the type to pass on the legacy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so important. Not only did the poison magi who rarely left the poison valley come, even Deep Ice Dan Kong and Zhu Mang came in a hurry. This is indeed the plan of the Wu people. Chapter 1058. The Great Elder's thoughts flashed. I didn't think that the Wu people would be willing to put aside the racial barrier and cultivate such a peerless genius. No wonder they have always been able to suppress the Tao League. Then, this matter is completely related to the Wu people. As for that astral soul's human Lei Changtian, if he hadn't been instigated by the Wu people, then it would just be a coincidence. It has nothing to do with that bald kid. However, the shaman race is actually willing to nurture a human with a star soul, and they're even willing to accept him as their successor. They're really ruthless. With that kid's current progress, he'll be able to reach the peak of the human race's power in at most 1,000 years. The day when the shaman race destroys the human race's Tao alliance won't be far away. In the entire demon god castle, all the demons were discouraged, including the 6 elders. Now the other side had 4 Wu people great shamans, and the astral soul's demon ancestor was here to help. Their overall strength was already above the top level of the demons. If this battle really started, half of the demons would die. At least half of the upper echelons of the Devil clan would die. If the non-poisonous shaman really used extreme poison without any scruples, a casual poisonous fog would be enough to take away millions, tens of millions, or even more of the Devil clan's lives. It was absolutely not an illusion. The demons had been recuperating for millions of years, but their number was only so. How could they bear such a loss? Since the 4 great shamans and this Master Lei are all here, we demons are not as strong as them. We have nothing to say. The great elder of the demons took a deep breath and suppressed the indescribable grievance in his heart. That was the first time in so many years that he had been so aggrieved. He clenched his teeth and said, "You must take this boy away. I already know the reason. Thinking of the Wu people's kindness to us, even if we are unwilling, we have nothing to say. But, the girl he took away, she must stay. That girl has nothing to do with the Wu people, right?" Which Dan Kong said with a graceful smile, "What's the matter? Why are you all so nervous? Children are just messing around. Look at all of you. You're all so old, yet you're all at daggers drawn. If this gets out, you'll become a laughingstock." When the 6 elders of the demon race and the countless experts of the demon race heard this, they almost fainted. Fuck, another one. Here comes another one. Could it be that the 12 great sorcerers of the No Alliance are all like this? The moment they opened their mouths, they said, "He's still a child. Fuck, why don't you all just go and die?" The poisonous witch turned to look at Zhou Xiaoduo and frowned. That woman. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't understand why these senior magi of the Wu people would stand on his side so clearly. However, he still chose to stand out when there was no hope. How could he hand over Zhang Xuejuan under such a favorable situation? He raised his head and said, "How is it unrelated? That is my wife, how can I hand her over?" He had no choice. This was the only reason he could use in front of the fierce battle. If he said classmate, friend, sister-in-law. Although he had a position, it was not as direct as this. Sure enough, Lei Changtian took the lead and said, "That's right. Who would hand over his wife? You guys. Although you're of different races, are you willing to hand over your wife?" The Ice Abyss Witch said, "Even if you have this tradition, we don't have such a tradition." The great sorcerer Dan Kong said, "You took someone else's wife. This is a blood feud. No wonder this child is crazy. Not only is it pardonable, but it's also reasonable." The poisonous witch said, "That's right. That's his wife, alas." Speaking of this, he felt sad and thought of his beloved wife who had passed away many years ago. Wasn't this the same situation in the past? Was she also killed by someone? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt the same way and became furious. You even did such a despicable thing as taking someone else's wife and torturing her so inhumanely. What's wrong with killing a few of you? You deserve to be killed, you deserve to be killed. Among the 4 great sorcerers, only the Zhu Mang great sorcerer was confused and didn't understand what was going on. He didn't understand the identity of Zhou Xiaoduo, nor did he know what Zhou Xiaoduo had done. He didn't understand how this confrontation was formed. It could be said that he didn't know anything at all. He was completely confused. But the 3 brothers had completely exploded in anger. The Zhu Mang great sorcerer didn't care about right or wrong. Of course, he also had to express his position. You demons are too much. You dare to take someone else's wife. Now that someone has come to the door, you still want to keep someone else's wife. You demons are shameless. This is the only reason that Zhu Mang Great Witch can find now, but he feels that this is the only reason and it is justified enough. The great elder of the demon clan was so angry that his face turned red, and his blood rushed to his forehead. You are all too shameless. We have seen through your foundation and intentions. We are willing to give in and compromise. That young man is the spy of the Wu people against the human clan and the successor of the Flood Witch. How can he take a woman from an ordinary family of the astral souls as his wife? There is no such reason in the world. That woman is the hope of the demon clan. The hope of the demon clan to welcome back the people outside and the continent drifting in the starry sky. What do you know? Why do you talk nonsense here? But this sentence can't be said. After saying it, I'm afraid there will be no such opportunity in the future. It's more likely that the 12 great sorcerers will directly lead an army to kill you. What do you want to do if you want to welcome back the continent drifting outside? The closest continent to you is the Wu people. If you demons want to expand your territory, don't you have to destroy the Wu people first? In that case, why do we keep you alive? Do we want you to be a big trouble? Once this sentence was out, the demon clan would be exterminated in an instant. It was not only completely imaginable, but also inevitable. The great elder of the demon clan took a deep breath and said, when the war ended, the demon clan suffered a great loss. Thanks to the kindness of the Wu people, the demon clan gave us the demon spirit forest to recuperate. We promised the Wu people that the demon spirit forest would not come and the demon clan would not appear, so we would never leave the demon spirit forest again. The Flood Witch also gave us the restriction that the demon spirit forest belongs to us. Only the great sorcerers of the Wu people can enter it without permission. I've heard that the Flood Witch values rules the most, but now I don't understand why all the great sorcerers are gathered here. Now, has the demon spirit forest come? The great elder held his breath and finally couldn't help but ask. If it was just facing 4 great sorcerers of the Wu people and a demon ancestor of the human clan, the difference in absolute strength between the 2 sides was not small, but if the demon clan united their strength, they might still be able to fight. If the non-poisonous great sorcerer was willing to promise not to use poison in this battle, the odds of winning would be even higher. After all, the non-poisonous great sorcerer was famous for his poison. If he really didn't use poison, his combat power would inevitably be reduced. But the non-poisonous great sorcerer used his poison to enter the battle. The result would not only change, but it was also the key to the demon clan's defeat. The great ice witch rolled her eyes and said, "Great elder, you're asking the obvious and making false accusations. This time, it's not us who trespassed into the demon forest. It's clearly your demon tribe who used the tricks of the ghost realm to capture our junior's wife. Our junior didn't care about the hardships and dangers, and went through all kinds of hardships and difficulties to come and save her for love, for loyalty, for his lover, but he was ruthlessly killed by you. It's clear that we were forced to come to save her, so we entered the demon spirit forest. The Ice Abyss Great Sorcerer's mouth was really sharp, and he became more and more eloquent. The so-called water has a source, the tree has a root, everything has a root, there is a cause, there is an effect, and vice versa. The great sorcerer Dan Kong was very cultured. He said, "In this world, there is never love for no reason, and there is never hate for no reason." Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was listening at the back, felt like prostrating himself in admiration. This great sorcerer Dan Kong was actually very fashionable. He could even casually say such a vulgar internet joke of the human clan. The great elder said angrily, "Nonsense, that is clearly a human woman of the astral souls that we captured with the secret method of our clan. What does it have to do with your no alliance? You are clearly grabbing her by force and twisting words and logic." The Ice Abyss Great Sorcerer was furious. "Nonsense. Can my child explain his wife's name, which family she came from, and the origin of her story? If you didn't go through the Wu people, how did you go to the astral souls? In this way, it is clear that you demons have violated the oath long ago." The demons. The great elder's whole person was not good. He was clearly right, but now it seemed like he was in the wrong. How could he speak like this? "We will definitely take her away." The great sorcerer Dan Kong said gracefully, "Especially. His wife has been taken away by him. Why don't you just say it, are you going to let her go? Or rather, what do you want to do to let her go? Do you really want to fight? Or do you think that we are not enough and need a few more people? What is it, great elder, please give us a straightforward answer. What are the specific rules? We will accept them." The Ice Abyss Great Sorcerer saw that his side was strong and their comprehensive strength had overshadowed the other side. Whether it was a one-on-one fight or a group fight, they were all confident of victory. He became more and more arrogant and showed off his strength. "Whatever you want. We will listen to you." The Ice Abyss Great Sorcerer shouted. "Whatever you want, we will listen to you. Of course, we know that you can do whatever you want now. You have the upper hand." The 6 elders of the demon clan cursed in their hearts. Finally, they gritted their teeth and said, "Let her go." He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, his eyes, body, and heart were filled with hatred. He wanted to grind Zhuo Xiaoduo's bones into dust and cut him into 1,000 pieces. This little bastard killed nearly 20,000 of our men, but that was secondary. Because of him alone, he destroyed our 10,000-year plan and took away the most important person. Now, we have to watch him swagger away. Even if one were to scoop up all the water from the 5 lakes, 4 seas, and 3 rivers, it would still be difficult to wash away the shame on his face today. "What is your name?" The 3rd elder of the demon clan looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo fiercely and said, "Junior, leave your name. This blood debt, this karma, our demon clan will naturally find you in the future." Chapter 1059. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted, puffed out his chest and raised his head, and said in a clear voice, "As a man, I will not change my name. My name is Bing Xiaobing." Puff. Great Witch Dan Kong choked inexplicably, and then forced himself not to laugh. Great Witch's face was full of black lines, but he still pretended to be calm. Great Elder sneered, "Bing Xiaobing, hee hee. No wonder Great Witch. He's talking nonsense. He's lying." A voice shouted angrily and anxiously, "Ancestor, this bald man's real name is Zhuo Xiaoduo. He claims to be the 2nd disciple of the Western sect, and his dharma name is Duo Duo Relai. Zhuo means that the left side of the sky belongs to him. Small means that the left side of the sky is too small. Duo means that he is not afraid of killing many people in this life. The more, the better." That voice was muffled, and that tone was full of unconcealable stupidity. It was the stupid former commander of the Devil Clan, Mo Shizhou. The 2nd disciple of the Western sect? Duo Duo Relai. The 6 Devil Clan elders were a little confused at this moment. How could there be a matter of the Western sect? But on second thought, they knew that this guy must have been fooled by the bald man in front of them again. For a moment, they were angry. The elders were so angry that their intestines were about to explode. They were not angry at Zhuo Xiaoduo for lying, but at Demon 19. You idiot, you remember it very well. It's fine if you just introduced the name, but look at the long list of names you recited. But now was not the right time to deal with him. When these murderous stars are sent away, I'll teach you a lesson. Good, good, good. Zhuo Xiaoduo, good. The more, the better. Third elder gritted his teeth and said, Zhuo Xiaoduo, we will remember you. In the future, there will be people of our clan who will settle this account with you and end this karma. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not care. He laughed and said, welcome, welcome, warmly welcome. The 6 of them walked out of the demon spirit forest with their heads held high and chests puffed out under the hateful eyes of millions of demons. After walking out of the Devil Soul Castle, he immediately flew into the sky. The 6 of them were still flying side by side. Zhuo Xiaoduo's shining head was especially dazzling. Even after walking for thousands of miles, he could still feel the soaring resentment behind him. This time, the billions of demons in the devil race would remember the name Zhuo Xiaoduo. The more Tathagatas, the better. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. As for the 6 people who were walking out side by side, their moods were not calm at all. Lei Zhengtian's stomach was full of apprehension, and his head was full of confusion. He didn't understand. Even in his dreams, he would never have imagined that things would develop to this point. Zhuo Xiaoduo must be the son of his daughter and that bastard Zhuo Changchang. There was no doubt about this. However, since he was their son, how could the Wu people put in so much effort to protect him? If he had not already confirmed that Zhuo Xiaoduo was the son of his daughter and Zhuo Xiaoduo, he would have suspected that Zhuo Xiaoduo was the son of the flood, which, based on the methods that Zhuo Xiaoduo had shown and the attitude of the great shamans of the Wu people towards him. Lei Changtian could not understand this no matter how hard he thought about it. Even after using his lifetime of experience, he still could not understand the key point. My grandson. The son of the Astral Soul's Continent's Sky Patrol Throne and the Rain Demon. There was no doubt about this. However, the 4 great shamans of the Wu people were so nervous about this treasure. As if it was their own son. This was really outrageous. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was the direct beneficiary of this battle, he was completely dumbfounded. In his opinion, any one of the 5 great shamans around him was a powerful being that he could not fight against. Any one of them could crush him to death with one finger, or even blow him to death with one breath. Things had developed to this point in a very strange way. Zhuo Xiaoduo was just as confused as Lei Changtian was. What was going on? Could it be that the great elder of the demon race is really thinking of instigating me to betray them and frame me? Isn't this thinking too highly of me? Although I am a peerless heaven's pride, although I am talented, although I am invincible among the younger generation, sending 4 great shamans of the Wu people to protect me at the same time, at the expense of offending the demon race, who has been their natural ally for millions of years. Isn't the price of instigating a rebellion and framing me too high? This kind of planning, there must be a big plan, at least the price should be similar to the price. However, the more Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it, the more he felt that it was inconceivable. The current situation was not only extremely terrifying, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was too frightening to the point that he was on tenterhooks. Based on this idea, Zhuo Xiaoduo secretly opened the space-destroying tower early, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Who knew if the moment he acted rashly, would it lead to the counterattack of the top great shamans nearby? He was really not sure if he could escape in the space-destroying tower. These were the top great shamans of the world. As Zhuo Xiaoduo was thinking, the group of people had already flown out of the demon spirit forest. As soon as they stood still, before Lei Changtian had time to speak, he was shocked to see the great shaman of Ice Abyss suddenly turn around and punch the great shaman of Zhu Mang with 2 punches, The great shaman of Zhu Mang was caught off guard by the surprise attack, and he was hit directly. For a moment, he was dizzy and in pain. He was shocked and angry, and said angrily, "You! What are you doing?" The great shaman of Ice Abyss said angrily, "You are a bastard. You set me up like this and deceived me into dying together with this old devil. Zhu Mang, today's matter is not over. I will spend my life with you. You wait for me. When I call my sister and brother-in-law, we will work together to kill you." The great shaman of Zhu Mang flew into a rage, "You!" Before he finished speaking, the great shaman of Ice Abyss punched him in the eye with 2 quick punches. Suddenly, the great shaman of Zhu Mang couldn't look at his face anymore. Then the great shaman of Ice Abyss turned around and ran, shouting as he ran, "Zhu Mang, you should eat and drink for the rest of the day. When I come to you with my sister and brother-in-law, there will be no chance. Don't say that I didn't remind you. You set me up like this, and I came to save your life." Hearing this, the great shaman of Zhu Mang was furious. "You're not done yet. I'm not done with you now." Before his voice died away, he gritted his teeth and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the two had disappeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Lei Changtian felt inexplicable. They stared and didn't know what to say. Then, the great shaman of Dan Kong said to the great shaman of Poisonous Poison, "Ah do, this time I was in seclusion to study the technique of space folding and turning over, but I had an unexpected gain. It seems to be the legendary Saint's Poison. I didn't dare to touch it myself." The great shaman of Poisonous Poison's eyes suddenly brightened, and his interest increased greatly. "Saint's Poison? Is there such a thing? Are you serious?" "It's just that I can't confirm, so I said it seems to be." Let's go, while my inspiration is still there, let's finalize this matter as soon as possible." Before his voice died away, the great shaman of Dan Kong had already pulled the great shaman of Poisonous Poison and left. In the blink of an eye, the 4 great shamans disappeared without a trace. Before leaving, they didn't even look at Zhuo Xiaoduo, let alone say hello to Lei Changtian. They left just like that. Zhu Mang and Poisonous Poison were at a loss. They knew that Bing Ming and Dan Kong had used this method to pull them away for a reason. Based on their trust in their brothers, the 2 of them left without another word. But Bing Ming and Dan Kong already didn't want to talk at all. If this old devil knew that his boss had taken this kid as his godson, this old devil would definitely immediately act like an uncle. There was nothing to say about this, he was truly a generation younger than him. It was one thing to run into him on the battlefield, but it was very uncomfortable to run into him during normal times like this. So they couldn't greet him at all. If they did, the old devil would definitely ask, "Why are you doing this?" They couldn't answer this question. They couldn't let him know even if they were beaten to death. So, hurry up and run. Lei Changtian was even more dumbfounded. What was going on? Why? Why did they leave just like that? What did this mean? You've been shouting and yelling for so long, but suddenly there's no follow-up. And why are you doing this? You have to explain to this old man, right? Leaving just like that? Are the 4 of you stupid cunt? You've specially come to help the enemy get through a difficult time, and now you're leaving? Lei Changtian only felt a wave of discomfort in his chest. Fuck. Even a fight with me would be better than being stifled like this. Lei Changtian turned his head unconsciously, and naturally met Zhuo Xiaoduo's equally stupefied gaze. Zhuo Xiaoduo was actually even more stupefied than Lei Changtian. What happened just now? What's going on now? Why did those people save me? Why did those people leave? Why did this old man save me? Isn't he my enemy? Didn't my father kill his daughter? This old man. He doesn't look like a good person. Now that the Wu people are gone, he's going to attack me. Devil Ancestor coughed and said, ahem, hm. Xiao Duo. Are you all right? He had already tried his best to make his voice sound more amiable, and to make his face look more benevolent. He was trying his best to leave a good impression in front of his grandson so that they could grow closer in the future. After all, he had scared this kid just now. But devil ancestor was not ugly, or else he wouldn't have been able to give birth to a beauty like Wu Yuding, but his initial genes were still very strong. At the very least, he could definitely be considered as a handsome young man. But he had been practicing demonic arts for many years, and his whole body was full of gloominess that was difficult to hide. No matter how amiable he was still intimidating. At least in the eyes of Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had long been prejudiced against him. Fuck, this old man is smiling maliciously again. What does this old man want to do now? No matter what he wants to do, he must be trying to harm me again. But he saved me just now. That counts as saving me, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo's god's soul was originally tightly locked onto the Tower of Annihilation that had already opened. His body slowly retreated, and in a cowering posture, he laughed dryly and said, "Old man, haha. We meet again. What a coincidence, haha." He was fully concentrated, and his spirit was highly concentrated. As soon as Lei Changtian made a slight move, he would retreat with all his strength and desperately retreat into the Tower of Annihilation. Lei Changtian's eyesight was very good, and he immediately felt distressed. Look at how scared the kid was, it's all my fault. So he quickly smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. Good kid, don't be afraid. Ha ha ha. Today is the birthday of Alliance Master Ling Moyu. The little beauty has been the backbone of the Feng family from the Supreme Master to the heterodox. On your birthday, I wish you a happy birthday, and I hope you will become more and more beautiful. Every year, you will live a carefree life, and you will be satisfied." Chapter 1060. Hearing the laughter. Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body started to tremble. He instinctively took a step back and waved his hands repeatedly. Even his shrieking voice changed. "You! Don't come over." The demon ancestor was stunned and said, don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. I didn't mean any harm from the beginning. The grudge I'm talking about is..." Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head like a rattle drum. "Senior, seeing that you can even talk to the great shaman of the sorcerer tribe, your relationship must be pretty good. You must be a big shot in our star spirit continent, a pinnacle existence. Whatever you did to me, I will definitely keep it to myself and not tell anyone." The demon ancestor sighed. "Son, I know you misunderstood, but you really misunderstood. I'm your grandfather." Zhuo Xiaoduo curled his lips and cursed in his heart, "I'm your grandfather." Of course, he didn't believe this kind of relationship. "You almost killed me, and now you're telling me you're my grandfather. Haha, that you can ask the readers of the books, do they believe it? Do they believe this? Even if they do, I still don't believe it. How can there be such a heartless grandfather in the world?" But his mouth was as sweet as honey. "I knew there must be something between us." Suddenly, with a face full of surprise and joy, he said with a trembling voice, "Dad. Ah. Why are you here?" His eyes were fixed on Lei Changtian's back. The ecstasy on his face was almost overflowing. That kind of sincere emotion made everyone who saw him happy for him. It was the extreme emotion of reuniting with family after a long separation. However, Lei Changtian wasn't among them. Hearing this and seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression, Lei Changtian shuddered and his face changed. If Zhuo Xiaoduo had called someone else, Lei Changtian wouldn't have cared. He wouldn't even believe it. Who in the world can sneak up behind me without me noticing? Who else could it be? But Zhuo Xiaoduo called him Dad. This was a completely different story. Because he knew who Zhuo Xiaoduo's dad was. That person really had this kind of ability. If it was really him, then wouldn't it mean that the matter of him taking his grandson out for training had been exposed? Zhuo Changchang was here. If it was just him, it would still be fine. He still had not settled the old score of him marrying his daughter. However, Zhuo Changchang was here, and the matter was exposed. That meant that his daughter would also know everything that had happened during this period of time. That would really be a complete loss, and it would be completely over. Lei Changtian turned around like a whirlwind and thought, I have to act like a father-in-law. I must control Zhuo Changchang as soon as I see him. If you really can't do it, I'll just say a few words. I'll admit that I took advantage of my daughter in the past. As long as you don't pursue what I did to your son and don't tell my daughter about it, we can talk about anything. While he was thinking, his face had already uncontrollably revealed a flattering smile. Just as he was about to instinctively say, Zhuo, you're here, he, what a coincidence, he found that there was no one in front of him. Lei Changtian was very experienced. How could he not know that things were not good? He turned around again like a whirlwind. As expected, Zhuo Xiaoduo had disappeared without a trace. What the fuck? Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. Disappeared? Disappeared again. This little bastard can actually disappear in front of me. He's so slippery. But what came next was an inexplicable anger towards himself. He raised his hand and slapped himself 7 or 8 times. You're already like this, and you still call him boss. You're such a good-for-nothing. At this moment, Lei Changtian was so angry that his eyes turned red. I'm such a good-for-nothing. When I see my son-in-law, I can't help but call him big brother. Sigh, I'd better hurry and find my grandson. No matter how capable this kid is, no matter how fast he runs, he can't go too far. He must still be hiding in this area. There's a 99% chance that he's hiding in his mysterious space equipment. With his skills, other than this move, it's impossible for him to disappear instantly in front of me. Then, I'll just wait here for him. The demon ancestor sighed. As he scolded himself for being a good-for-nothing, he hid his figure and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the space. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still in shock, sat on the ground, panting heavily. I finally escaped in here. I actually managed to escape in here. Just now, that old man must have used his divine sense to lock on me. Although I had an idea and used a strange move, it's still unbelievable that I succeeded. If I failed, I can't help but think about it, right? However, after his idea failed, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but recall some of the things that happened today. He realized that everything was not right. What exactly happened today? Not only did he not understand, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand. The 4 great sorcerers of the Wu people, why did they talk and act like they were just here to help? Why did they do that? His mind was in a mess. This was completely unreasonable. Even if what the great elder of the demon clan said was right, that the Wu people saw him as a peerless genius and wanted to instigate him, but why didn't they follow up? They didn't expect anything in return for their kindness. The Wu people saved him. How could they not expect anything in return for their kindness? It should be that they didn't forget to repay their kindness. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it for a long time. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand. He successfully turned his brain into a pile of paste. Damn, I'm completely confused. I don't want to think about it. Who knows what these high-level people are thinking? For me, it's too far away. Maybe they're harming others without benefiting themselves. It can be seen that I'm not the kind of person who can become a high-level person. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed dejectedly. It seems that my highest achievement in the future will be to unify the 9 continents, and then become a boss who doesn't do anything. At most, I'll be a spiritual leader. Ah, so sad. Zhuo Xiaoduo had one great advantage: he didn't want to think about things that he couldn't figure out. He always had a divine logic. Since he couldn't figure it out, what else could he do? Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well not think about it and not waste his brain cells. Thinking of this, he suddenly became happy again. I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, am really wise. Why should I think about those unhappy things? Then he thought of Zhan Xuejuan, who was saved by him. Turning around, he saw Zhan Xuejuan and the upper half of the altar were placed on the ground of the Tower of Emptiness. Zhuo Xiaoduo remembered that he hadn't taken the time to check on Zhan Xuejuan's condition. He couldn't help but worry and went to check on her. He saw that Zhan Xuejuan's body was intact, and her face was healthy and rosy. It seemed that the demon energy that penetrated her body didn't cause any harm to her. She didn't look like she was unconscious, but asleep. If Zhuo Xiaoduo knew what had happened to Zhan Xuejuan before, he would be even more surprised. That day, Zhan Xuejuan had cut off her own arm in order to get rid of the source of the disaster. The broken arm had already grown back, and it was no different from the original arm. The 9 Deaths revival liquid of the demon clan was a panacea for healing injuries. It had the amazing effect of reviving flesh and bones. In terms of physical condition, the current Zhan Xuejuan could be said to be healthier than ever before. It was a pity that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know the reason. Instead, he found it strange. Since Zhan Xuejuan wasn't injured, it must be the effect of the medicine that the demon clan gave her. Now that the restraints were removed, why hadn't she woken up? Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind spun like lightning as he nimbly removed the chains from Zhan Xuejuan's body. Then he realized that he seemed to have struck gold again. The chains that bound Zhan Xuejuan and the upper half of the altar were clearly made of the same material. It was an extremely rare material, nightmare gold. The rarity of this metal was almost only in legends. It was said that weapons made of this metal would naturally produce a strange effect when they were wielded. It could cause the enemy to fall into a nightmare and be unable to control themselves in battle. The weaker the state of mind, the higher the chance of triggering it. It was definitely a rare magical weapon for battle formations. With such a magical weapon, the chances of winning would be multiplied. Zhuo Xiaoduo checked it again and again before he could confirm that it was really nightmare gold. After all, he didn't expect the demon clan to be so generous to build an altar with this kind of strange metal. It was really a big deal. If he smashed down with his hammer, it would at least weigh 1,000,000 pounds, right? Sure enough, God always blesses the good. Good people will be rewarded. It really doesn't deceive me. The more Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it, the more beautiful it was. He couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. Saving people can also make me rich. He carefully untied Zhan Xuejuan from the pillar and placed her aside. Then, he couldn't help but click his tongue. This girl must be more than 9 meters tall. Her figure is really. Only Xiang Chong would have such a figure. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would really feel like a bean sprout. He thought about himself and shook his head. I thought my body was okay, but now it seems that I'm still weak. Then he checked Zhan Xuejuan's pulse to confirm her condition. He couldn't help but frown immediately. It's incredible. I can't see any wounds on her body. I saw the places where the demon qi penetrated with my own eyes, but there's no trace of it at all. Her head. After checking his head, he found nothing as well. All in all, from top to bottom, there was no wound at all. She was full of energy, vital energy, and spirit. Her internal organs were working normally, and her dantian was full of vital energy. Everything showed that she was extremely healthy. But why didn't she wake up? What's the problem? Although Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled, he already had the answer in his heart. This should be the thing that he didn't want to encounter the most, and also the thing that he hoped would not happen the most. Her divine soul was injured. Her body was intact. There was no wound on her body. Everything was normal. But she was still unconscious. If her divine soul was not injured, what else could it be? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. He frowned and thought for a long time. Then he sighed and took out a bottle of laurel honey. Chapter 1061. This was the best treasure he had on hand for the divine soul. At the same time, it was also a non-renewable resource. Once it was used up, there would be no more. Usually, Zhou Xiaoduo would not bear to drink it. However, the situation was different now. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to use it. I have to pay attention to the dosage. Nian Nian and I almost exploded the last time. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered, according to Nian Nian and my standards, 1 drop at a time is the limit. Although Zhan Xuejuan is also a genius, she is definitely not as good as us. Especially now that she is in a coma. 1 drop is definitely not enough. It's too much. To be conservative. 1/4 of a drop is enough. If it doesn't work, I'll add more. Zhou Xiaoduo poured out a drop of laurel honey and carefully divided it into 4 parts. 1 part was mixed with spiritual water. Then, he fed it to Zhan Xuejuan. It was okay to feed her the spiritual water mixed with laurel honey. However, Zhan Xuejuan's face immediately showed an extremely painful expression. Rich spiritual energy also rose. A gust of white gas rose from the top of her head. Zhou Xiaoduo watched quietly without blinking. Then, he saw a faint black gas appear. Although the black gas was faint, it appeared to be enveloping Zhan Xuejuan's white divine soul. It was as if a layer of haze had dyed the holy color, and it was impossible to get rid of it. Although he was just watching from the side, Zhou Xiaoduo could already feel that the hidden pure demonic aura in the black gas was unprecedentedly pure. Even when he was in the demon spirit forest, he had never felt it to be this pure. What's more, Zhou Xiaoduo even felt that the demonic aura was not necessarily evil. It was the ultimate form of dark power. The extreme power of darkness revealed its sharpness and gave off a feeling of invincibility. It was as if as long as this power was released, no matter what was in front of it, it would definitely penetrate it. That kind of sharp domineering aura. It was full of arrogance and domineering, and it was insufferably arrogant. Damn, what kind of power is this? Zhou Xiaoduo tried to use the power of his divine soul to come into contact with this inexplicable power, but he was shocked to find that the power was suddenly on high alert. It even formed a sharp point and was about to pierce through him. Zhou Xiaoduo instantly felt his blood run cold and his blood run cold. He did not dare to act rashly and hurriedly withdrew his divine soul. Fuck, why are you so fierce? What is this? Zhou Xiaoduo immediately recalled that when they were in the Great Hall of Magic Souls, Zhan Xuejuan had suddenly appeared and attacked him. Fuck, it's another thing that's beyond my knowledge. Zhou Xiaoduo felt increasingly helpless. With his current cultivation and knowledge, there was really nothing he could do about this situation. Sister, big sister Zhan, please wake up quickly. Zhou Xiaoduo prayed in his heart. At least, when you wake up, I'll know how you feel. Zhan Xuejuan was still lying peacefully on the bed. The magical effect of the laurel honey was undoubtedly working. The power of her divine soul was increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, the demonic qi did not weaken at all. It was as if it had a mind of its own, stubbornly defending its position and not retreating a single step. Zhan Xuejuan's divine soul was getting stronger and stronger, and the demonic qi was also getting more and more condensed. What's more, from Zhan Xuejuan's body, there was a continuous stream of black gas, which gradually merged into the demonic qi. Zhou Xiaoduo could feel the deep hatred, the kind of hatred that could destroy heaven and earth. He could also completely imagine the endless accumulation of hatred in Zhan Xuejuan's heart during the process of torture. He believed that during the process, this strong and determined woman must have thought countless times in her heart that as long as she could get out of here alive, in this life, she would definitely wipe out the demonic clan, leaving no one alive. And this hatred had become an extreme obsession in the bottom of her heart. However, this obsession, in a sense, also belonged to the category of inner demons. Inner demons were also demons. After the divine soul's divine soul was restored and greatly increased, the accumulated hatred in the bottom of her heart became more and more pervasive, but it also became the nourishment for the demonic chi that invaded her divine soul. Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't stupid. He immediately understood the situation and couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the demonic chi that rose above Zhan Xuejuan's head and the white divine soul's divine soul, it seemed to be slowly influenced by this bone-deep hatred, gradually evolving into a faint red color. What should we do? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of worry. He had saved her, but how should he deal with the situation in front of him? Looking at the fluctuation of Zhan Xuejuan's divine soul, the situation where primordial qi and devil qi intertwined, Zhuo Xiaoduo was at a loss of what to do. It was clear that Zhan Xuejuan was unable to control herself and was unable to resist. That was why there were signs of her spirit overflowing. The more Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it, the more worried he became. What should he do? He didn't know how to deal with this matter. The more he delayed, the more he could only sit and wait for death. Now that he was in the Tower of Annihilation, he was safe for the time being. But the old man outside most likely would not leave. He reckoned that as long as he dared to show his face, he would be the first to be caught. What else could he do? He could only hide in the Tower of Annihilation for a while. After a long while, the chi of divine soul above Zhan Xuejuan's head gradually reached its peak and condensed into a ball. The signs of intertwining with the devil chi became clearer and clearer. It was not strange that the two existed fundamentally different. Compared to the devil chi, Zhan Xuejuan's chi of divine soul was naturally much more. Comparing the two, there was a huge difference of 99% to 0.1%. However, Zhan Xuejuan's chi of divine soul was in the form of a fog. It was a mess inside, and there was no clue at all. As for the devil chi, it was only a little bit, but it was so black that it was shining, as if it was solid. Visually, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. However, the slight black chi had formed a complete suppression on Zhan Xuejuan's chi of divine soul. It gradually evolved into a binding and wrapping situation, as if it wanted to devour the many. It wanted to completely control Zhan Xuejuan's chi of divine soul. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who knew that the situation was not right, could only watch helplessly. There was nothing he could do, and he could not deal with it. What's more, the quarter drop of laurel honey was not only a great supplement for Zhan Xuejuan's chi of divine soul, it was also greatly beneficial to the devil chi. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that he had done something wrong by acting rashly. He stared, rubbed his hands, and said with a melancholy face, "This whole thing." Fortunately, he did not feed her a complete drop of laurel honey. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse and more difficult to deal with. Zhuo Xiaoduo had thought of taking a gamble, hoping that the old man who called himself the devil ancestor would give up and leave when he saw that there was no trace of him. Although the probability was very small, as long as he succeeded, he could try to go back to Elder Wan and ask Elder Wan to save the devil chi in Zhan Xuejuan's body. No matter how strange the devil chi was, in front of Elder Wan, it could not make a big splash. But it was just a wishful thinking. Not to mention that the old man, the devil ancestor, knew his background very well. It was impossible for him to leave. Even if he really left, how could he go back? The heavenly spirit forest was located between the devil's spirit forest and the demon's spirit forest. If he wanted to enter the heavenly spirit forest again, he would have to pass through the devil's spirit forest. With the devil clan's attitude of hating him to the bone, how could he go through the devil's spirit forest be the same as courting death? Just when Zhuo Xiaoduo was in a dilemma and did not know what to do. Clang! Suddenly, there was a clang of a sword in the air. The Huahuang sword felt the surging devil chi and flew over quickly. As the light flashed, the tip of the sword was already facing the two kinds of spiritual chi that were entangled above Zhan Xuejuan's head. Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly saw that the moment the tip of the sword touched the devil qi immediately stopped. It felt like a person who saw someone who was much stronger than him and was instinctively scared. He was acting arrogant and domineering, but he was suddenly scared silly. He was stiff. That kind of cowering, that kind of fear, that kind of helplessness, all of them were on the surface of the 7 emotions, and they were fully expressed in his expression. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but feel that he had seen a ghost. He actually felt an extremely complicated intertwining of emotions from that wisp of devil qi. That wisp of devil qi, could it be that it had become a spirit? Clang! The sound of the sword rang again. The Huang sword flew back and forth in the air. The sword light flashed again and again, and the pressure was getting heavier and heavier. The tip of the sword was getting fiercer and fiercer. It seemed to be showing off, but also seemed to be asking, "Are you convinced? You bastard, are you convinced?" Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he could feel the arrogance and complacency very clearly. He knew that it was real and not fake, and that was what it was. It was probably a feeling of joy that he had finally found a target that he could bully. The Huang sword was feeling that now. The god-killing spear. "Ha ha ha, you bastard, you actually fell into my hands today. This is the reincarnation of the heavens. Who will be spared by the heavens? Howl howl howl. You bastard, you were ranked behind me back then, but you were still unconvinced. What was there to be unconvinced about? Who asked your master to not be as awesome as my master? You knew my identity and status, but you still provoked me time and time again. Now, after so many years, we meet again after so many years, and I have finally caught a wisp of your spear spirit. Ha ha ha. Retribution is not good, but I am so happy." Under the constant coercion of the Huang sword, the sword spirit continued to release spiritual pressure. Between the sword spirit and the spear spirit, a confrontation that Zhuo Xiaoduo could not see and a conversation that could not be heard was unfolding. The Huang sword was like a mountain pressing down on the Huang sword. Its momentum was unparalleled, and it suppressed the spear spirit to the point that it could not breathe. At this moment, it had already retracted the part of its power that was suppressing Zhan Xuejuan's soul, and concentrated all its power in one place, forming an illusory spear tip. It confronted the Huang sword, barely holding on. However, it was obviously like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was in imminent danger, and it looked like it was about to be pushed down by force. The only thing left was for the Huang sword to put in more effort and give it a final kick. Then, it would be easy to destroy it, and it would be bullied at will. Ha 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 ha. Spear, you also have a day like this. The Huang sword shook its head and wagged its tail arrogantly. It was extremely satisfied with its success. So satisfying. So satisfying. So satisfying. Chapter 1062. Back then, you relied on your strong foundation to suppress the heavens and dominate the untainted land. I'm afraid you never dreamed that you would fall into the hands of Master Sword today. Ha 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 ha. You. Why are you here? How can this be? The god-slaying spear was shocked and terrified. Ha ha ha. Why can't I be here? If I'm not here, how can I catch you? The Huang sword looked down at it proudly. You, what do you want? The god-slaying spear was even more cowardly and guilty. Get out of this girl's body. With your current strength, you can't fight me even if you go all out. If you're distracted, you'll only lose faster. The Huang sword ordered directly. Impossible. The god-slaying spear refused. I've been forced to leave my main body and become a passive individual. I'm a tree without roots and water without a source. If I lose the nourishment of this soul, I'll only gradually be exhausted and even completely die. What does that have to do with me? The situation is clear now. Whether you come out or not, I'll beat you out. Death is inevitable. You're bullying the spear and taking advantage of the spear's danger. Ha ha ha. I want to bully the spear and take advantage of the spear's danger. I've already said that retribution is bad. I'm happy. What's the use of you being happy? You and I are both weapon spirits. Once we die, we won't exist anymore. As long as I'm happy, I don't care if you're here or not. Don't be arrogant. You have to know that I'm not to be trifled with. The god-slaying spear was cowardly. Get out. I'm not going out. Are you going out or not? I'm not going out. Of course, the god-slaying spear's spirit was unwilling to go out. Even if the situation was better than the person, there had to be a bottom line. If it really went out, it would be finished. The soul devourer's spear sensed that the summoning was interrupted. It forcefully split a bit of its true spirit and leaped into the air, hoping to quickly resume the summoning. The channel continued. However, the moment the true spirit arrived, it had to kill the initiator of the summoning ritual, Sua Xiaoduo. However, Sua Xiaoduo had the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, Bai, and Xiao He. He also had the Divine Stone to replenish him at any time. The soul-devouring spear's subsoul was attacking an endless stream of vitality. Sua Xiaoduo did not die, and most of the power of the true spirit had been eliminated. Therefore, the true spirit could only reside in Zhan Xuejuan's spiritual space on the other side of the summoning. If it really went out, with its current energy, it would probably turn into ashes in less than half a day. Originally, the quarter of a drop of laurel honey could be said to be a rare benefit. It allowed the real spirit to regain its vitality and oppressed Zhan Xuejuan's spirit. Once it succeeded, it would devour the spirit and use it to control Zhan Xuejuan's physical body. It would automatically return to the side of the devil clan and start the summoning ritual again. Originally, Spear's spirit had a perfect plan. Sua Xiaoduo was afraid of harming him, and he didn't know the reason behind it. As long as he could hold on for a while, he would be able to get through the crisis. But who would have thought that his archenemy from a long time ago had actually jumped out at this crucial moment, taking advantage of his weakness to take his life? At this moment, Spear's spirit was full of regret. Sigh, he had developed a vengeful temper. It was really terrible. Why didn't he hide properly before? Why did he only want to kill the disruptor of the ritual? Sua Xiaoduo looked at the shadows of a sword and a spear in front of him and subconsciously had a subtle feeling that the two of them were in the middle of a negotiation. However, he immediately felt that it was ridiculous. His brain must be damaged. What kind of illusion was this? But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was still possible. He had seen the intelligence of the Huahuang sword. Since it could communicate with him, it might be able to communicate with this spear. 2. The Huahuang sword pressed forward step by step, and the god-slaying spear retreated inch by inch. Slowly, it showed a feeling of being forced to the point where it had nowhere to hide. It was like a poor girl being forced by a villain, constantly crying out pitifully, "Don't come over. Don't come over." On the other side, the Huahuang sword had the face of a villain. It was laughing maniacally and complacently. Go ahead and scream. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse. No one will come to save you. Seeing that the god-slaying spear had been forced into a corner by the Huahuang sword, even Sua Xiaoduo could not bear to look at that pitiful look. For every inch that the Huahuang sword advanced, the god-slaying spear retreated an inch. That pitiful look, but it still had to forcefully maintain its self-esteem. There was no need to mention the bitterness in it. Anyway, I won't leave. The god-slaying spear said heroically. Your request is absolutely impossible. Just say what you want. I'll lie flat and wait for you. If you want to fight or kill, you're not a real man if you frown. Saying this was basically no different from admitting defeat. And the Huahuang sword had already gained the upper hand. It was feeling so good that even its bones were climaxing. Finally, it had completely suppressed its old rival. It could do whatever it wanted. It could do whatever it wanted. It could do whatever it wanted. It could bully it however it wanted. It could say whatever it wanted. It could mock it however it wanted. It could whip it however it wanted. It really did not even dare to think about such a carefree life. Even when it was up against the god-slaying spear previously, this guy would not be so soft. If it was not careful, it would take him down with it. That temper of his was very explosive. Who would have thought that this guy would actually split out such a side account, and it was even with such a personality? It was too unexpected, too surprising. It was really a blessing from the heavens. Could it be that this guy sent me to pass the time? Afraid that I'll be lonely. Keek keek. You don't want to leave. You can't leave. If you say you can't leave, then you can't leave. Ah. Do you have the final say, or am I the one who has the final say? To put it nicely, the Wahwang sword's current attitude was that of a villain intoxicated by success. To put it bluntly, it was like a wolf in a mountain. It was so vivid that even textbooks were not as vivid as this. They were afraid that they would mislead the primary school students. Tell me, who has the final say? Tell me, who has the final say between the two of us? You have the final say. Or am I the one who has the final say? Say something. If you don't know how to speak, then fart. Oh, I forgot, you don't know how to fart. Kakik, tell me, do you have the final say? Does it count? Does it count? Ha ha ha. Hurry up, why are you pretending to be dead? Do you believe that I won't destroy you with one sword? Answer me. Do you have the final say, or am I the one who has the final say? The Wahwang sword was arrogant. Even the sword's body was a little distorted. It was beaming with joy, as if it was dancing, as if it was jumping. In short, it was so excited that it was a little abnormal. You have the final say. The god-slaying spear true spirit was under someone else's roof, so it had no choice but to lower its head. Even though it was extremely wronged, it still did not dare to be angry and had to speak. It truly felt that it was extremely lowly. Boss, oh boss, why did you throw me here? There's such an old rival here, the #1 bastard in the primitive armament manual. Back then, Her Majesty Empress Wa was so annoyed by it that she threatened to give it away many times. Who would have thought that I would meet it here? I'm about to be bullied to death. Boss, save me. Since I have the final say. The Wahwang sword pondered seriously. It was a little wasteful to destroy the spear true spirit just like that. I haven't bullied it enough yet. And I haven't had enough fun yet. Therefore, it flew back excitedly and flew in front of Sua Xiaoduo. It shook its head and wagged its tail, looking as if it had done a great service. Boss, I've shown my skills and easily subdued that thing. Sua Xiaoduo opened his eyes wide and started to communicate with it through his divine sense. What do you mean? This thing has already accepted me willingly and no longer has any other intentions. Cough, cough. Because I used to be very famous, these guys are very obedient to me. At this moment, when it saw me, it softened. It respected my suggestion very much. So, I persuaded it to abandon the darkness and join the light. Now, it has the intention to repent and turn over a new leaf. It wants to surrender and join us in order to get our leniency. Boss, do you accept it? The Wahwang sword looked as if it was asking for credit. Huh? What? Sua Xiaoduo opened his eyes wide. Tell me more about it in detail. He was immediately pleasantly surprised. I'm at my wit's end. How can it accept me? Accept me willingly. Surrender. Join us. That's what happened. The Wahwang sword began to ramble again. It exposed the origin and identity of the god-slaying spear one by one and introduced it in detail. In the end, it said proudly, I didn't expect that this time, there would be a smaller one. Blah, blah, blah. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. The natal divine weapon of the demon ancestor Rahu, the #1 demon in the world. The root of the chaotic green lotus. The #1 killing weapon in the world. It's that awesome. Zhuo Xiaoduo sincerely felt that the weapon's origin, identity, and background were too awesome. The sword of Empress Nva immediately felt uncomfortable in her heart. She explained, that guy is just famous for his excessive slaughter. There's nothing else that's impressive about him. He's only ranked 15th in our weapon index. His ranking can be said to be very low. He's just a little brother. What about you? I'm ranked 13th, much higher than him. The Huahuang sword's words were full of pride and self-satisfaction. It raised its status and said, this is mainly because the Empress stood aloof from worldly affairs and rarely fought with others. Naturally, I had fewer opportunities to become famous and dominate the world with 10,000 swords. Otherwise, it's not impossible for me to be ranked in the top 3. Oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo squinted at it. It's true. Those who are ranked at the top of the armament chart are really nothing special. They're just slightly stronger than their masters. Besides, when they go out to fight, they have more opportunities to show their faces in public. They're just slightly luckier, the Huahuang sword said disdainfully. Hee hee. Are you saying that Her Majesty Empress Hua is actually not strong? I didn't mean that. Boss, don't talk nonsense. The Huahuang sword was anxious. I don't dare to talk nonsense. Hee hee. Zhuo Xiaoduo's smile became more and more meaningful. If the Huahuang sword had a face, it would have turned red by now. Then tell me, what should I do with this spear? What should I do with it? Boss, you can take it. The sword of Empress Nva came up with an idea. Let's transfer this brat from this girl to you. Then, I'll be in charge of training him at any time. I'll make sure he's obedient and can do whatever position he wants. Chapter 1063. Can this thing be transferred? Transferred to my body. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared at the Huahuang sword suspiciously. You're not trying to harm me, are you? Isn't it too risky to rashly let such an external thing into my own spirit? I could easily become another Zhan Xuejuan. Now that I've saved Zhan Xuejuan, who will save me in the future? With Zhan Xuejuan as an example, how could Zhuo Xiaoduo dare to take the risk? It's okay, boss. First, it's not that brave, and second, it's not that capable. The Huahuang sword said slyly. As long as boss takes this thing in, with me, Bai, and Zhou training it in the consciousness space every day, it's still very possible to subdue it. So it's just subduing it. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. What's the use of that? Didn't you just say that this thing's original body is ranked 15th in the armory? Doesn't that mean we have to be on guard against it at all times? Boring, boring. How can it be boring? This is very interesting. Boss, you don't know this, but the situation now is very special. It can be said to be unprecedented. A little bit of a real spirit or even a real spirit doppelganger is nothing strange. No matter how strong a real spirit or a real spirit doppelganger is, it has to unconditionally submit to the original body and serve the interests of the original body. But the situation of the real spirit of the soul-devouring spear in our hands is completely different from the usual situation. Its current power is extremely weak, and it can easily turn into ashes. In contrast, its connection with the original body has been completely severed. The other side can't sense its existence at all, or it can directly be regarded as annihilated. However, its foundation is the essence of the god-slaying spear's spirit. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years it took to cultivate this little bit of essence. We just have to find a way to completely sever its connection with the god-slaying spear's spirit, and it will become an independent weapon spirit. In time, it has the potential to become another complete god-slaying spear. The Huahuang sword said, it might even be stronger than the god-slaying spear. At most, it can't really fight against the god-slaying spear. After all, even if he was stronger than the god-slaying spear in the future, his origins still came from the god-slaying spear. He was born unable to resist the god-slaying spear and could only allow himself to be devoured by the god-slaying spear. This is a natural suppression, something that can't be helped. Then is it possible that it will devour the god-slaying spear instead? Boss, you're too daring. That's absolutely impossible. It originates from the god-slaying spear, and its fate has already been decided. What's there to talk about a backlash? If you want to destroy the god-slaying spear, you'll have to gather all the treasures derived from the Chaos Lotus Seed. Only then will you be able to contend against the god-slaying spear. That group of treasures will not be described. The Wahuang sword paused for a moment before muttering, actually, the god-slaying spear's roots are stronger than ours. It originated from a part of the Chaos treasure, the Chaos Green Lotus. It's just that its contracted master wasn't strong enough. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. In other words, if the god-slaying spear's master is strong enough, perhaps it'll be the top divine weapon in the chaos armament chart that you're talking about. The Wahuang sword did not refute, which was rare. After a while, he said, that's the theory, but the fate of the contracted master is determined by the heavens. Although the soul-devouring spear's roots are strong, it's a fact that its master is not strong enough. It's a fact that can't be changed. Its ranking in the Chaos Armament chart is only 15th, behind me. Zhou Xiaoduo did not say anything else. He turned his head and stared at the black spear tip that was the size of a needle tip. It seemed to be trembling pitifully, looking like a coward that he could not help but twitch his mouth. I really don't believe that this thing can become the top divine weapon. I'm talking about a possibility. The key to the future depends on how you cultivate it, boss. Cough cough. The Wahuang sword was going all out in order to recruit a follower. As long as he thought of being able to recruit the god-slaying spear, which was the most ferocious weapon, as a follower, he would be in high spirits all the time. When he thought of being able to beat and scold it at any time in the future, he felt even better. Although it was only a split soul of the god-slaying spear, the Wahuang sword was already very satisfied. After all, it was the complete god-slaying spear. Even if it was at its peak, it would not be able to suppress it. What was the use of having a higher ranking than it? It would not accept it at all. Of course, the main reason why the Wahuang sword wanted to facilitate this was to recruit a follower, to show off, and to show off. However, no matter how weak the split soul and true spirit of the god-slaying spear was, it was still a fact that it had invincible potential. In the end, it still depended on Zhou Xiaoduo's choice and whether he could and was willing to provide a large amount of resources in the future. Zhou Xiaoduo's choice, the supply of a large amount of resources, the cooperation of the split soul and true spirit, and the training of the two gourds. As long as there was any missing link, the result would still be a delusion, and it would still be useless. Well, there's one more thing. As long as boss subdues this thing, it will be the key to saving this. This woman. Don't be fooled by its cowardly appearance. It seems to be dispirited, but in fact, it still has the last bit of strength to resist. Although it is not enough to affect us in any way, it can destroy the woman's soul. Strictly speaking, it has already merged with her soul. Unless it leaves on its own accord, it will be extremely difficult for external forces to remove it. Even if that old man Wan were to make a move, he would need to spend a lot of time. And now, we don't seem to have that much time. The main reason why I proposed this plan was also because of this woman. The Wahuang sword did not know how to address Zhang Xuejuan at that moment, so he could only address her as, this woman. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly thought of something. Right now, saving Zhang Xuejuan was indeed the most important task at hand. Previously, he had risked his life to save her at all costs. Wasn't it all for the sake of saving her life? Now that they were halfway through the journey, the slightest mistake would result in both sides suffering great losses. He couldn't let his efforts go to waste. Most importantly, if other people were to bear it, not only would they not have so many resources, but their spirit would also not be strong enough to withstand the corrosion of the demonic energy triggered by the spear spirit. It would only be a matter of time before they became the spear spirit's puppet. But it's different for Boss. Not only can he train the toughness of his spirit with the counterattack of the spear spirit, but also Bai, and Jiu can suppress it. The Huang sword finally revealed some of his real intentions. If we are to fight against the spear spirit, not only can we suppress it easily, but we can also teach it a lesson easily. Now that we have such a target, not only can we train our bodies, but we can also train Bai and Jiu's fighting ability. They are still new to the world and their fighting skills are still immature. We can use this as a training ground. The Huang sword was exultant. Most importantly, you can enjoy it yourself, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the Huang sword from the corner of his eyes. He was speechless at this guy's sinister intentions and bad taste. No wonder this guy was given away by Her Majesty Empress Hua. His attitude in dealing with people was really too despicable. To put it bluntly, this guy didn't match my righteous image and honest personality at all. Forget it. When I become stronger, I will give it away as well. I will give it away as soon as possible. Despicable. Yes, listening to him talk about how to teach the god-slaying spear a lesson, it seems to be quite fun and interesting. And that so-called training of the spirit's toughness also seems to be a way to increase one's strength. Ha ha ha, I just want to train Bai and Jiu to improve myself. I am not interested in pranking and torturing the god-slaying spear. I just want to watch the show. That's all. Alright. Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed. Then let it come over. His words made it seem as if he was giving the god-slaying spear a huge advantage. The Huang sword let out a sword cry and directly flew up. It ordered arrogantly, "You. Go over." The god-slaying spear felt wronged. "I can't go over." Puff. The Huang sword let out a surprised sword cry. Clang, clang, clang. Mine has already become one with this girl's spirit. Once I go out, it will disperse and be annihilated. The god-slaying spear felt wronged, like a little wife who had been bullied but did not stand up for her family. I. This was not an excuse, but it really could not go out now. The situation was clear now. If it refused to go out, the Huang sword, which could not achieve its goal, would fly into a rage out of humiliation. It would probably kill it. Because the more it delayed, the more it would slowly grow stronger by using this girl's body. This was something the Huang sword would never allow. But if it went out, it could not go out. That bald guy opposite it. Cough, when it came out this time, all its energy had been blasted onto his body. Now, it was going to enter his spirit. How did things turn out like this? Before it surrendered, it had slashed its master. Then what kind of treatment would it receive in the future? The Huang sword had no choice but to fly back and explain in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. So useless. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. What's the use of having such a useless person? On the other side, the god-slaying spear could not help but feel dejected. I have become so weak. You can use the word useless to describe me? Oh. This is really. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked dissatisfied. He walked over with swaying steps and looked at the god-slaying spear's divided spirit with a scrutinizing look. He said disdainfully, "It's just a little thing the size of a soybean, and it's even a virtual image. What's the value of it?" When the god-slaying spear heard this, it had a bad premonition. Am I really going to perish here today? I finally managed to gain sentience under the guidance of Boss Spear. He could not help but look at the sword of Empress Envy pleadingly. The Huang sword said, "Boss, although this little thing is small in size, it has quite a lot of potential." When the god-slaying spear's divided spirit heard this, it was instantly moved to tears. "But it still stabbed me. It should be that one stab that used up all its energy. Sua Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. That's not its full combat power. It's still far from it. The Huahuang sword tried its best to put in a good word for the god-slaying spear. Think about it, it's just a little bit of its true spirit. It crossed realms and its combat power is at most 100th of its original combat power. But the combined power of the 9-9 cat hammer, the Bai, and the Jiu is still inferior. With such potential, once it grows up, it might even be able to fight against a saint. The Huahuang sword said, "Boss, this little thing is almost the embryo of an innate spiritual treasure." It's an innate spiritual treasure. The god-slaying spear was more and more grateful. Although this sword was very cheap, at critical moments, it was really quite useful. Chapter 1064. Even if the prospects are good, it's only good prospects. Do you think you can afford to raise more little guys? I already have too many little guys here. If I cut your supply, would you be happy? Sua Xiaoduo looked at him with disdain. The god-slaying spear's spirit looked at the Huahuang sword pleadingly. It's all up to you, boss. This new boss doesn't seem to like me very much. Boss, just give me some face. The Huahuang sword begged. Take it. In the future, you can see how much effort it puts in and how much resources it provides. No matter what, it can do some chores. Just take it as raising another kitten or puppy. Sua Xiaoduo looked troubled. It's not the same, it's not the same. Raising a kitten or puppy can make me happy and let me play with it. But this thing, the situation is clear now. The demon race's army will definitely return from the starry sky. The main body of the god-slaying spear will naturally appear with it. Little sword, have you thought about this? What if when the time comes and we painstakingly raise a powerful treasure? When the demon ancestor and the god-slaying spear return, this thing will turn around and run away. If it betrays us, who can we reason with? Don't talk about things like spirit binding. At the level of the demon ancestor and the main body of the god-slaying spear, my spirit binding can't stop them. Anyway, I won't believe it. Sua Xiaoduo's face was full of melancholy. How can I not guard against this? How can I not think about it? Rather than that, it's better to cut off this thought from the start and save myself the trouble. This time, the chattering Huahuang sword did not utter a word. Although Sua Xiaoduo had deliberately raised this point, it was the most real problem and could not be avoided. If this problem was not solved, perhaps Sua Xiaoduo really would not accept the god-slaying spear's spirit. I. The god-slaying spear's spirit was anxious. I am willing to surrender, I am willing to promise, I am willing to serve you sincerely. But what you are worried about is not up to me. I promise I won't betray you. The spirit of the god-slaying spear felt that it was at the brink of death. It hurriedly stated, however, as long as I encounter the demon ancestor and boss spear, whether I betray them or not is not up to me to decide. That kind of suppression is beyond the limits of what I can resist. Are you forcing Boss Sua to kill you? Said Sword of Empress Enviwa coldly. The god-killing spear's soul looked pitiful and said, I know this is useless, but it is the truth. Actually, what I mean is, if we meet Demon Alpha or Big Brother Spear, don't let me go out. Then, everything will be fine. If that day comes, Big Brother Sword, you can go out and take care of it. When the Huahuang sword was called Big Boss Sword, it suddenly felt like it was floating in the air like an immortal, and it was lonely at the top of the world. Suddenly, he felt that when the time came, it would be a piece of cake for him to go up and fight. He could totally do it. It was indeed a small matter. Therefore, it flew back to report. Sua Xiaoduo frowned. Does this mean? As long as it doesn't fight Demon Alpha or the god-slaying spear, it will be fine to fight other things? The Huahuang sword was stunned. Well, it didn't say that. Could it be that it was playing mind games with Big Brother's sword? Therefore, it flew back to ask. Then, it flew back and said with certainty, yes, that's what he meant. It is still the problem of betrayal. Zhuo Xiaoduo was worried. Don't worry about this, Big Brother. This kind of innate spiritual treasure has its own moral integrity. Its words are like the wind, and its words carry weight. As long as it is not caught and its spiritual mark is wiped, the chances of betrayal under normal circumstances is very low. But isn't this one in front of us ready to betray its original owner, the god-slaying spear, and surrender to us? Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Big Brother, this one is actually still a cub. The sword of Empress Enviwa said, it's still a long way to go before it can take shape and possess its own views and pride. Perhaps when it becomes strong enough, it won't be impossible for it to look down on the god-killing spear even when it comes face to face. There is such a thing. Of course. The Huahuang sword said proudly, just like me in the past, I originally thought that the flipping sky seal was very powerful and had a strong foundation. But later on, I no longer took it seriously. Cough, cough, actually, I still respected it later on, but it is no longer a match for me. Of course, there is no need to take it seriously. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at this guy from the corner of his eyes. He didn't expect this guy to have the temperament of a mountain wolf. He had to be on guard against him in the future. Don't look at how he called him boss now. Who knows if he was calling him a dog in his heart. All right then, I will accept it. Adding another pair of chopsticks is not a big deal to me. Zhuo Xiaoduo warned, but you have to be my guarantor. If anything happens in the future, you will have to take responsibility. The god-slaying spear's spirit looked at the Huahuang sword pitifully, meaning, Big Brother, hurry up and be my guarantor. The Huahuang sword agreed proudly, no problem, no problem. I will guarantee it. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and nodded his head, reluctantly agreeing to it. The god-slaying spear's spirit suddenly felt that it had escaped death. It was so moved that it almost hugged the Huahuang sword and burst into tears. Big Brother is so good. He is so heartwarming. He is actually willing to be my guarantor. I will treat Big Brother's sword well in the future and will not let you down. The Huahuang sword looked forthright and patted his chest as he promised. But in his heart, he thought, Big Brother wants me to be his guarantor. It is probably just a show to reassure this guy so that it will be easier for me to command in the future. Yes, it must be like that. Big Brother is creating an opportunity for me to buy over the spear's heart. The chemistry between Big Brother and I is needless to say. It is awesome. Look at how touched this guy is. As long as I show a little bit of interest, he will be teary-eyed and call me his godfather. Ha ha ha. The Huahuang sword did not expect that Zhuo Xiaoduo would be so serious when he vouched for him. In the future, if something really happened to the god-slaying spear, the first one to be pulled out would definitely be the Huahuang sword. The most conservative punishment would be to make the Huahuang sword lose a layer of skin. There was no room for negotiation on this point. It was a pity that the Huahuang sword did not know this at all. He only thought that Big Brother was cooperating with him to subdue his underling. In his heart, he was full of praise for Zhuo Xiaoduo's acting skills and was very grateful. This Big Brother is really not bad. At least he knows more about romance than Seventh Brother. With the help of the Huahuang sword and the cooperation of the god-slaying spear's spirit clone, the god-slaying spear's spirit clone was separated from Zhan Xuejuan's divine soul without much effort. Then, with the Huahuang sword's witness and suggestion, an extremely strict divine soul contract was signed. Then, this weak little spirit clone of the god-slaying spear became Zhuo Xiaoduo's personal property. If he wanted you to go east, you would go east. If he wanted you to go west, you would go west. If he wanted you to beat a dog, you would not scold a chicken. If he wanted you to live, you would live. If he wanted you to die, you would die immediately. The severity of the contract was more than 100 times harsher than a slave contract. The god-slaying spear's spirit clone had not seen much of the world. In order to save its life, what else could it do? It successfully signed the slave contract. The moment it entered Zhou Xiaoduo's divine soul space, the god-slaying spear's spirit clone suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. Fuck. What kind of place is this? This place is simply a place where immortals live. Obviously, the god-slaying spear's spirit clone had just entered the world and was still lacking in the depth of its words. The beauty of the current atmosphere had already exceeded the upper limit of what it could describe. This vast and boundless sea of vitality, even the place where the demon ancestor lived, was far from being so dense. No, it was far from it. Whether it was the quality, the quantity, or the density, it was a few levels lower. After the spirit clone entered, it instantly felt that the demon ancestor's place was just so. It was not enough to reach the apex. This feeling came suddenly, but it was shocking to the extreme. This sea of vitality was really too. Even as the god-slaying spear's spirit clone, although it was inexperienced in the world, it had never seen such a magnificent scene. Mommy. Big brother Spear, you did not come. If you came, you would probably betray us. It's not that I am not firm to be able to live in such a treasured place, it seems that signing the contract to sell myself is not a bad thing. Maybe, because I signed the contract, Big Brother will no longer hold any grudges against me and will not be wary of me. I can get more and better benefits. As for freedom, what is that? Is it more important than so many good things? In this world, there are so many strong people. Which of us, the innate spiritual treasures, can obtain freedom? Isn't it the fate of being ordered around by others? The stronger the master, the stronger we are. As for freedom, if we don't have enough strength, why would we want that? Could it be that with freedom, a spiritual treasure like me can surpass a sage? That is absolutely impossible. Therefore, the spirit clone of the god-slaying spear quickly and happily accepted its new identity. It no longer held any grudges and was full of joy. If one were to talk about the more troublesome matter, it would be the useless Zhou Xiaoduo's matter of naming the split soul. What should I name it? That was a problem. Everyone knew that the Zhou family, from top to bottom, was bad at naming. The Zhou couple was like that, Zhou Xiaoduo was like that, and even Zhou Xiaonian was like that. After racking his brains for a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo still could not think of a good name. How about you call it? Zhou Xiaoduo remembered that his three-legged golden crow was the seventh prince of the monster clan. Although it was called Xiao now, it should be called Little Seven. As for Little White, it was obviously Little Eight. Jiu, needless to say. And the Huang sword seemed to call itself 13. Looking at the spirit clone of the god-slaying spear, Zhou Xiaoduo slapped his thigh and said, "Got it. From now on, your name will be Yan Shisi." "Thank you, big brother, for the name." Yan Shisi thanked him happily and sighed in his heart. Damn, I'm a spear with a name now. It's really not easy. Now it's a spear in name, but it's actually a fake. Sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the fake Yan Shisi with dissatisfaction and said, "You have to work harder." Yes, I'll work harder." Yan Shisi vowed, "Boss, don't worry. Although I'm just a water spear now, I'll definitely become a good spear in the future." Chapter 1065. For a moment, Yan Shisi was both happy and suspicious. His name was a little weird. Since he was called Yan Shisi, he must be ranked. That meant there must be 13 people before him. But who were they? What was Boss Sword's rank? He must be one of the best, right? Wait a minute, could it be that Boss Swa has 13 other subordinates, all of whom are stronger than me? That was impossible. 13 primordial spiritual treasures. Yan Shisi suddenly shuddered. That was impossible. Anyway, He had to keep a low profile. He had to keep a low profile. Thinking of his name, Yen Shirsi felt like he was going to be beaten. There were 13 people before him. As the youngest, he would be a punching bag. Come on, I'm ready. I'm ready to face the storm. Don't be happy too early. You might not be able to stay as Shirsi for long. If there are more people who are more useful than you, you might become Yen Shirsi. Of course, if there are more, you might become Yen Shirsi. But if you perform well, you might become Yen Shirsi, Zhuo Xiaoduo said leisurely. I'll do my best. Yen Shirsi felt like he had been hit in the head when his prediction was confirmed. He kept bowing and swearing that he would live up to Zhuo's recognition. Good. I'll see how you perform in the future. Yen Shirsi was overjoyed to get his name. Besides, he was in a place he had always dreamed of. No, this was a super place he had never dreamed of. He was so happy that he almost flew to heaven. However, in the next moment, his joy turned to sorrow. Yen Shirsi was surrounded by Bai Bai and Jiu. Yen Shirsi was shocked. Sure enough. There were more primordial spiritual treasures than his. And there were 2 of them at the same time. You too. Hee hee. Boss. Bai Bai and Jiu didn't look friendly. Their eyes were full of, someone is coveting my good stuff, as they walked over aggressively. Who is this? Bai, the palm-sized little girl in a white dress, looked disgusted. What's this? Jiu frowned. Isn't he too ugly? He must be a thief. Little White came to a conclusion. I think so too. Jiu was fuming. The 2 little ones looked at the god-killing spear, Ling Yen 14, and their expressions became more and more unkind. The sword spirit of the Huahuang sword flew in and said, in the future, we must all live in harmony. We must all listen to boss and work together to create great achievements. But Huahuang sword was Spirit Smoke 14's sword boss, not Bai and Jiu's boss. How could he be willing to listen to this guy's nonsensical words? Looking at the cowering god-slaying spear Spirit Smoke 14, he inexplicably felt that this guy was so wretched. Not to mention, he was filled with an annoying aura. Hence. Beat him up. Beat him up. The 2 little guys didn't say anything. They swarmed up, grabbed Smoke 14, and beat him up violently. Smoke 14, who was just happy a moment ago, was on the verge of death and became more and more dispirited. He begged for mercy and called boss, but Bai and Jiu didn't show any mercy. Even the last bit of his soul was beaten up violently. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned and hurriedly shouted to stop, but Smoke 14 was only left with the strength to twitch. What's going on? Seeing that they had caused trouble, Bai and Jiu hurriedly slipped away. Huahuang sword coughed and said, this guy can absorb the vitality to recover. The laurel honey is a life-saving treasure. The essence of the true fire, and the jade of astral souls that he usually cultivates. This guy can also absorb. And that. The sword of Empress Envihua mumbled for a while, then slipped away. Because it knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo would be heartbroken if he lost the true Pishio. And if Zhuo Xiaoduo was heartbroken, he would find trouble with it, the initiator. Of course, it had to slip away as soon as possible. As for whether this new little brother was dead or alive. How could Master Sword care so much? He didn't care whether he was dead or alive. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even have the time to feel heartache before he was stunned. Hearing Huahuang Sword's words, he thought to himself, I've taken in a foodie with a big belly. He can eat anything. After listening to all this, Zhuo Xiaoduo realized that there really wasn't anything in his space ring that this god-slaying spear couldn't eat. What a good appetite. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and didn't want to go overboard. He threw 2 pieces of essence of the true fire over and dripped a drop of laurel honey on it. His heart ached so much that it bled. Because he vaguely felt that he had been cheated. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while and threw over all the mid-grade and low-grade jade of astral souls that he didn't need now, as well as some high-grade jade of astral souls. They piled up into a mountain. Yes, it was a mountain, not a small mountain. Then, he pulled over a part of the Sea of Vitality and built a special jade mountain of astral souls. Shisheng. Sigh. Even if you're a foodie, you have to take it easy. This jade mountain is yours, but you have to eat sparingly. Zhou Xiaoduo felt melancholy. My resources are limited and I'm so poor. Everyone in my family is a big eater. How can I afford to feed them? I'm so bitter, melancholy, and depressed. Thank you, boss. Yan Shisheng's flattering voice came from his divine soul. There are so many good things. Roar. Bliss. Don't give me that. Hurry up and cultivate well. Becoming stronger is the most important thing. I, your boss, am very poor and miserable right now. I'm waiting for you to quickly come over and help me. Okay. Yan Shisheng agreed and blended into the Jade Mountain. He went to cultivate happily. I'm rich. I'm rich now. The moment he took out a mountain, it was filled with vitality and was completely constructed from star soul jade. Was this considered poor? Is boss being too humble, or am I too inexperienced? Whatever, I have to cultivate quickly and become stronger. Zhou Xiaoduo turned back to Zhan Xuejuan and found that she was still lying there quietly. There were no signs of her waking up. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know what was going on. He called Huang's sword over for interrogation. Didn't you say that she'll be fine after the spear is gone? Why isn't she awake yet? Boss, don't be impatient. This woman's soul is damaged. How could she wake up so quickly? It's only because you gave her the laurel honey that her cultivation is incomplete. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to wake up. The sword of Empress Enviwa was speechless. Just tell me how long it'll take for her to wake up. 1 year, 2 years. After all, the god-killing spear entered her body directly. She's severely injured. She needs to become stronger to get through it. However, boss, after this incident, her temperament might change drastically, Huang's sword reminded him. What do you mean? After all, she is the physical body that the god-killing spear once stayed in. Moreover, her natural endowment is that of a chosen host body. After experiencing the influence of the purest devil qi, a stubborn attribute has already formed in her bones. In the future, perhaps in terms of killing, in battle, and so on, she will be more explosive. Is there any danger to her life? Danger to her life? Definitely not. 1/4 of the laurel honey is enough to make up for the damage to her divine soul. That's good. In Zhou Xiaoduo's opinion, being paranoid was not a problem at all. There were too many people who were stronger than her. If she really went crazy, she could just beat them to the ground and throw them to Xiangcheng. Zhan Xuejuan's foundation was far superior to ordinary people. She could be said to be perfect. In the future, she could ask Xiangcheng to be more attentive to her. She's a young woman after all. It's easy for love to get to her head. I believe that the damage to her divine soul won't be too big of a problem. I'll just sleep for a while more. I was worried that her sudden awakening would expose the secret of my annihilation tower. Now that she's asleep, it's just right for me to act. But I still can't get out now. That old man is probably still waiting outside. I've been in the annihilation tower for less than a day. I can't get out now. Since I can't get out, I'll just continue to cultivate. Zhou Xiaoduo grabbed a pile of real fire essence and quickly started to cultivate. Xiao was cultivating. She was seeing results recently. The Huang sword, which had swallowed real fire essence before, was recovering faster than expected. Little White and Little Jiao were also working hard to cultivate. The two of them were clearly determined not to let this wretched newcomer catch up to them. They would always be much stronger than one, two, or three of them. The boundless vitality in the Tower of Annihilation allowed the two of them to cultivate at an unprecedented rate. Yen Shirsi was also cultivating diligently. He had just arrived in a new environment with such an excellent atmosphere. Naturally, he knew that he should make use of this God-given opportunity to become stronger. At the very least, when he went out or stayed in here, he could not be beaten up every day. He had to have a chance to fight back. At the very least, he had to have the confidence to not be beaten to death. In the entire space of the Annihilation Tower, the busiest person was Xiao Long. She was busy at all times, constantly integrating the spiritual veins and making sure that every inch of the space was taken care of. She did not miss out on anything. She was really picking up and filling in the gaps every moment. In the future, I might be the true dragon who created the world. So, in this world, I must be cautious and conscientious from now on. I can't afford to make any mistakes. Time passed slowly. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo had just broken through to the returnance level, his actual cultivation was naturally just at the returnance level. However, his cultivation had increased by more than a few times compared to when he was at the God reigning level. His combat strength was also much stronger. It was as if he was doing somersaults over and over again. This was the fundamental reason why he could not be at a disadvantage when facing the peak of the Skysoar realm cultivators of the Demon Clan. However, this strength was far from what Zhuo Xiaoduo had expected. In his opinion, his combat strength should have increased by at least 10 times after he had broken through to such a big realm. When he reached the peak of the returnance level and suppressed it for more than 50 times, he should be at least 100 times stronger than when he was at the peak of the God reigning level. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was really dissatisfied with his current progress. How could he suppress Nian Mao with such a small improvement in strength? He originally had some hope, but now, 90% of his hope had been shattered. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little depressed. Now it seemed that the day when he and Nian Mao consummated their marriage and the day when he could do whatever he wanted was still far away. Chapter 1066. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo could also feel that there were other benefits as he broke through to the returning profound realm. For example, his control and understanding of his own spirit had taken a big step forward. That feeling was as if a layer of window paper had suddenly been poked open in his mind. His mind was unprecedentedly clear, and everything was clear. His own spirit was so clear and within reach. He could even control and direct it. Compared to before, when he could only sense the existence of the spirit, he could use the power of the spirit to form pressure and subdue the enemy without fighting. It was a completely different concept. Previously, when he first came into contact with the spirit and released the pressure of the spirit, he felt that he was very awesome and very sharp. All I did was stand there and the other party was scared to death. Wasn't that awesome? But now, it seemed that the way he did it was not stupid, but at least a little low. He clearly understood the existence of the spirit. Although it existed because of him and was one with his life, they were connected. But on a deeper level, he felt that the spirit was not completely dependent on his life. It was an existence on a deeper level. Yes, it was the kind that could come out to fight alone. With the power of the spirit alone, it could form an independent. Even a fighting force that was independent of his life. So, the ghosts in the ghost stories are actually the spirit, or a form of expression of the spirit. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked by his own thoughts. He was a little frightened and secretly looked around. Damn, I've been walking too unlucky recently. I'm really drunk. How could I link my spirit with a ghost? What am I thinking? The key now is still fighting strength. I need to further improve my fighting strength. Zhuo Xiaoduo refocused his cultivation on the improvement of his cultivation. He worked hard to absorb the essence of the real fire in his hands. He quickly absorbed it, and the huge amount of vitality in the space. he gradually improved his cultivation bit by bit. But as he cultivated, he sighed. Unknowingly, I've already adopted so many little babies. The Huahuang sword was naturally a big eater who did not abstain from meat and vegetables, moreover, he was the most mischievous. However, this gentleman still had a bit of moral integrity, he was aware of his status, so he did not stuff himself with food and was somewhat restrained. Xiao, on the other hand, was eating and not eating. The harvest from Zhu Wu's land of inheritance was enough to last it for a long time. Bai Bai and Jiu were very selective and it came to eating. If they didn't like anything, they would simply not eat it. They were the most reserved. But now, there came another one that was as unrestrained as the Huahuang sword. Looking at the god-killing spear's spirit Smoke 14's extremely vicious appearance, it simply wished it could eat even the dirt. It was also completely lacking in moral integrity. Who knew how long that Jade Mountain could last? You're still a half-grown brat, but you're eating my penniless. I'm raising 5 of you. If we include Xiaolong, that would be 6. Zhuo Xiaoduo was melancholy. Ordinary people are already struggling to raise 1 child and have to scrimp and save. Now, I'm raising 6 babies. The Huahuang sword looks mature and speaks arrogantly, but in reality, his strength is no different from a baby. Sigh. I'm really unlucky. After some calculations, Zhuo Xiaoduo's sorrow came from the bottom of his heart, and he found it difficult to control himself. Not only was there a lot of family pressure and many babies, the problem was that if he was an unmarried father, it would be fine. But now, the problem was, he was an unmarried mother. What the fuck? Who could he reason with? Go all out. Go all out. Zhuo Xiaoduo wantonly squandered the top-grade jade of astral souls, the top-grade fire essence, and many top-grade cultivation materials were all used without stinginess. Yes, this method was not squandering or extravagance, but investment. Only by becoming stronger as soon as possible could he seize more resources and greater benefits. Yes, this was the official statement. In fact, Zhuo Xiaoduo always had a sense of crisis. These little ones will not be polite to me at all. If there are good things, they will start to eat the best. If they are not filial in the future, I'm afraid I will have to eat dirt as their mother. Therefore, while I can still snatch from them, I have to quickly pick the best things to use. There was no sun or moon in the tower, and the years were unknown. Outside, Lei Changtian was hiding high in the sky, constantly waiting near the place where Zhuo Xiaoduo disappeared. He had waited for 3 days, but that kid still did not show up. He did not even try to probe the situation. He can keep his composure. Originally, with Lei Changtian's temperament and cultivation, not to mention waiting for 3 days, even if it was 3 months or 3 years, his heart would be as still as water. But now, smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, and he was burning with impatience. But he was helpless. He was very clear that if he were to put himself in Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoes, he would probably be able to keep his composure better than Zhuo Xiaoduo. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Who would not want to be safe? There was a strong enemy outside, and he was so weak that he could be blown to death by the enemy's breath. No matter how careful he was, it would not be too much. But Lei Changtian had other concerns. What should I do if you don't come out? It has been a long time since we lost contact with you. Even your parents might already know this. If you come out quickly, I will feel better. If you don't come out, it will really kill me. In fact, the news of Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappearance, as time went on, it was indeed impossible to hide it. Feng Hai. Li Chenglong strictly ordered everyone to concentrate on cultivation and not go out. They must not be distracted. Although it was not forbidden to practice, it was strictly forbidden to look for Zhuo. This is an emergency. Before we get accurate information, no one is allowed to act rashly. If we act rashly, it will only cause the opposite effect. Besides, young, impulsive, and easily misled by people with ulterior motives. Since this matter has been taken over by the higher-ups, their power is much stronger than ours. What we should do now is either to wait for Zhua to come back peacefully, or to concentrate on cultivation and improve ourselves as much as possible. Accumulate strength and prepare to avenge Zhua. Li Chenglong's face was very ugly. His eyes were unprecedentedly stern, and his voice was full of killing intent and solemnity. No one is allowed to act rashly. Gao Qiaoer. Here. Pay close attention to the school. See if there are any strange words being said, or if there are suddenly more people who have close connections with the outside world. Okay. Pai Yibao, I suggest that you use the next period of time to go out and practice. Your assassination and archery skills are difficult to practice in the school. Go out, accept missions, and kill people. Xiang Chong, you go too. At this time, we can't take care of your wife. According to the situation you described, let alone us, even if Zhuo was still here, it would still be difficult for him to do anything. If you still immerse yourself in this matter and suffer for a few more days, you will fall behind. No matter how much you cry, you will not be able to bring your wife back. Now get out of here. If you can't concentrate on cultivation, go out and practice, and kill people. Xiang Bing, you go too. Zhen Pia Piao. Why are you wiping your tears over there? Can your tears bring Zhuo back? If you can't cultivate, go out and practice. If Zhuo can come back alive, I won't say anything. But if something bad happens to him, it's useless even if you cry to death. Those who can't concentrate on cultivation, go out and practice, and fight. This time, there will be no rescue. There will be no positioning. Go out. That's the case for everyone. Go out and accept missions, or find the wasteland to practice. Remember, there will be no rescue. If you die outside, you die outside. If you don't die, come back. Yu Yan, you go on foot to find Dragon Soul High Marshal and Li Zhangming. Leave today. Along the way, you are not allowed to rely on any means of transportation or external help. With your own strength, go to Dragon Soul High Marshal. All of you, get out. Now, immediately, immediately. Li Chenglong suppressed his temper and chased everyone away. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing both had some objections to Li Chenglong's decision. They felt that this method was too risky and too extreme. With so many geniuses, it would be a pity if they died outside. However, Li Chenglong stubbornly persisted in his views. Time and tide wait for no man. Li Chenglong was very determined. In order to reduce the sacrifices in the future, we need to grow up in the shortest time possible. Even if there are sacrifices, we will not hesitate. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing could only agree. After sending everyone out, Li Chenglong quickly returned to the villa and quietly stayed for a while. Then he went to the second floor and went to Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. He sat quietly in Zhuo Xiaoduo's bedroom and did not move for a long time. "Boss, are you still alive? Or are you dead?" Li Chenglong murmured. His eyes, which had always been wise and steady, were filled with helplessness. As the number 2 of the team, if the boss died, the number 2 would naturally be promoted. This was a good thing for many people. But Li Chenglong had never thought of being the boss. Why is number 2 only number 2? It's because I don't have the ability to be number 1 that I can be number 2. If I wanted to be the boss from the beginning, why did I rely on Zhuo from the beginning? Isn't it better to start from the beginning than to wait for the position? If Zhuo is really not here, this team will fall apart. Li Chenglong clearly understood this point. A group of arrogant and unruly geniuses would only submit to one boss. Come back quickly. On the other side, the king of Zhuolu was using an almost crazy attitude. With Fenghai City as the source, he gradually swept across the country, all the way to the border of the continent. Especially the Dao League, because of repeated probing, there were conflicts. The Tao League had raised serious protests several times. But the king of Zhuolu did not care at all. He just said firmly to the other side, "Do you want to fight? Come. You don't want to fight? Move aside. Get lost." At this moment, the continent of astral souls showed unprecedented toughness. However, there was still no news about Zhuo Duo, whether good or bad. The king of Zhuolu and the heavenly king of the right were getting more and more anxious. Like ants on a hot pan, they were about to lose control of the madness in their hearts. The idea that no news was good news was no longer enough to appease the two of them. Because the two of them were very clear. In this world, there were simply too many ways to make a person disappear without a trace. The longer they delayed, the slimmer the chances of Zhuo Xiaoduo's survival. Chapter 1067. For a genius like Zhuo Xiaoduo, if he was secretly captured, the other party would never keep him alive to interrogate or threaten him. It was as good as digging his own grave. No matter what, it was best to kill him immediately, burn his bones and scatter his ashes, and completely erase all traces of him. That was the best choice. Putting himself in her shoes, he would have done the same if he were in her shoes. No news was good news. It might apply to other people, but when it came to Zhuo Xiaoduo, the more there was no news, the worse it was. Keep investigating. Continue to intensify the investigation. The two heavenly kings stared at each other and saw the blood in each other's eyes. This time, they were afraid that something big was going to happen. Maybe the sky was going to fall. Dad sent a message. Yu Dongtian said dryly, "Uncle Zhuo and Aunt Zhuo are going to come out of their seclusion in 1 or 2 days at most. If not tonight, it will be tomorrow morning. Come out of their seclusion in perfect condition." The king of Zhuolu's face twitched. This was supposed to be the best news. If they had heard this before, they would have jumped for joy and cheered. Finally, they had a backbone. Finally, they were going to come out of their seclusion. Come out of their seclusion in perfect condition. That was great. My star spirit continent has finally produced a true pillar that can be called invincible. From now on, our star spirit continent is no longer the weakest among the 3 continents. Perhaps because of the years of war, our people are all iron-blooded. Combined with the wisdom of our generals and the sacrifice of our soldiers, we have become the most powerful one. How could it not be a pleasant surprise? How could it not be a joyous occasion? However, this news made their hearts feel heavy and even a little uncomfortable. If Uncle Zhuo and Aunt Zhuo received the news that their most beloved son had disappeared. His whereabouts were unknown. In that case, so what if his cultivation was exceedingly high? If they didn't have a child before, they might not have done anything. But now that they had a child and lost him, it would be an unprecedented blow to their state of mind. No one could predict what would happen after coming out of their seclusion in perfect condition. The only thing they could be sure of was something big is going to happen. Yu Dongtian sighed. Yun Zhonghu sighed. That's right, something big was about to happen. Perhaps it was something big that would shake the 3 continents. No, it would fall on the Zhuo couple. Using the word shake was too shallow. At the very least, it had to be something that would shake the foundations of the 3 continents. If the news of Zhuo Xiaoduo's death was confirmed, at least one thing could be foreseen. The Feng and Yun families, who had participated in the assassination of Zhuo Xiaoduo, would definitely be wiped out. Even the 2 patriarchs of Wind and Cloud would have to be buried with him. Whoever dared to stop him would be buried with him. Even the remaining 5 swords of the Tao League and the number 1 Taoist, Daoist Thunder, might not be an exception. Uncle Zhuo and Aunt Zhuo had perfectly broken through their bottleneck. Once again, they had transcended the mortal world and looked down on the common people. As for the 3rd prince, who had once played tricks on Whitehead Mountain, not only was there no chance of luck, but he would also bring disaster to the royal family. For mighty figures like Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding, who had experienced many changes in the imperial court, the deterrence and pressure of the secular imperial power on them was not only zero, it was negative. I've watched the rise and fall of the dynasty for so many generations, and now you're telling me that the imperial power is supreme? Fuck you. When I shocked the world, the ancestors of the royal family were not even liquid. All of you, die. This was the most direct and simple way to respond. No one would stand up for the royal family, and no one would dare to stand up for the royal family. Just wait for the thunder from the ninth heaven and the world to be turned upside down. Yu Dongtian's face was gloomy. Yun Zhonghu squatted on the ground and covered his face with his hands. He was feeling terrible for his master and mistress. A perfect breakthrough to become an invincible expert. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, when he came out filled with ecstasy and excitement, he was told that his son was gone. What kind of disappointment was that? This was probably the feeling of falling from heaven to hell all of a sudden. Moreover, it was like falling from heaven right after reaching heaven. There was no process in between at all. Losing their only child, how painful was this for a couple? Yun Zhonghu wished that he was the one who died. As long as his master and mistress did not have to bear the pain of losing their son, it would be better for him to die than for his junior brother to die. We've sent all the images to the Sun Moon Pass. Every high-ranking officer has a copy. Yu Dongtian said, I hope we can find something there. Yun Zhonghu did not say anything, as if he did not hear anything. It was possible in any direction, but it was impossible in the direction of the Sun Moon Pass. That was the headquarters of the Astral Souls. Most of the Astral Souls experts were gathered there. No matter how stupid the enemy was, it was impossible for them to capture Zhuo Xiaoduo from there. Shang Jing. Qin Fangyang excitedly grabbed his phone and called Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was very excited. After working hard for so long and waiting for so long, he finally received a confirmed piece of news. The signs of the dragon seizing the veins had suddenly appeared this year. However, it was strictly controlled after that. All the Astral Souls geniuses, the best of the best, including the people from the various hidden sects, would enter the ancestral dragon's vein. The dragon vein energy that had been cultivated for 20 years would suddenly erupt one day in the near future. Then, these dragon veins' energy would randomly find their own owners and merge with them to increase their life force. That was the gathering of the dragon veins of the entire continent. And the owner who received the dragon veins would have his entire foundation, astral souls, aptitude, and even comprehension, providence, and luck improved qualitatively. This was the final step of cultivating a genius and transforming them. The human prodigies who had gone through the dragon veins would grow to the point where they could hold their own in the shortest time possible. This result caused the dragon seizing the veins to become the lifeline of the entire continent. It also involved the true secret of the dragon veins. Therefore, it was invisibly affected and controlled by a force. No one knew, and no one could calculate the exact time when the dragon seizing the veins would happen. Only when the dragon veins matured and emitted a certain aura on their own would people know that such a great thing had happened this year. There was no pattern to the time. Sometimes, it might not even appear once in 100 or 200 years. Sometimes, it would appear twice in 3 years. There was no pattern at all. There was no cultivation limit to entering the dragon seizing the veins, only age. One could not be more than 36 years old. Other than that, there were no restrictions. There was even no limit to the number of people. Even if 10,000 or 100,000 people entered at once, it did not matter. However, the total number of dragon veins was limited. If it really fell on 100,000 people, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it had no effect at all. In other words, the fewer people who entered, the better. In the past, the minimum number of people was 12. When the number was at its peak, 108 people had entered. However, at that time, those 108 people had mediocre achievements. None of them had great achievements. However, there would still be countless people waiting every year. They waited bitterly, hoping that the ancestral dragon veins would appear again. Then, according to this sign, they would determine how many people could enter. Of course, there were some individual factors in this. For example, even if you were the continent's #1 genius, you would not know about this at all, and there would be no one to recommend you. Then, you would not be able to enter. Therefore, there was room for manipulation in this aspect. And such manipulation. Naturally, no one dared to talk about it openly. Most of the people in the empire did not know about this. And those who knew about this might not be qualified or suitable. Even if they were qualified and suitable, they would not know the exact time. This was the reason why this matter was so disgusting. Because, even if it was only a few hours before telling you, you would not be able to make it in time. The reason why Qin Fangyang did everything he could to enter the ancestral dragon martial school was because of this. Every time such a good thing fell on the students of the ancestral dragon martial school. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The reason why the ancestral dragon martial school was the top of the 3 martial schools was also because of this. Even if the other martial school students had the same aptitude and talent as the ancestral dragon martial school students, the ancestral dragon martial school students had a greater chance of getting this opportunity. No one could say anything about this. Because this was the privilege of the ancestral dragon martial school. Other than the absolute upper echelons who could squeeze people in, the others could forget about it. And Qin Fangyang had been lying low for this period of time, just for this opportunity. He knew that He Yuanyue had always been looking forward to this opportunity. This was the real opportunity for a fish to leap over the dragon's gate. For the poor students, Qin Fangyang's biggest hope was to get Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong and the others into the dragon's seize the veins. If there was only one hope, then no matter what, he had to get Zhou Xiaoduo in. Entering the dragon's seize the veins meant that he would definitely be one of the upper echelons in the future. Letting the students of the Phoenix City Second High School enter the dragon's seize the veins, this was He Yuanyue's biggest hope and wish. Since it was He Yuanyue's wish, Qin Fangyang had to fulfill this wish at all costs. From the hands of the upper echelons, from the dense unspoken rules, he had to pull out this quota. Now, he finally got this news. All the hard work, all the planning, all the effort. To get this news, everything is worth it. Qin Fangyang was full of joy. Qianqian, after I finish this, I will resign from the ancestral dragon martial school and return to Phoenix City, slowly waiting for your appearance. Maybe you won't appear, maybe I won't find you again in this life, but I will protect the Phoenix City Second High School, and protect your hard work well. I will fulfill all your wishes. I will let you, whether it's Lu Qianqian or He Yuanyue, know that you didn't love the wrong man. As long as it's your matter, as long as it's something you want to do, I will do it for you. Qin Fangyang's eyes were shining. When I see you again, I will tell you with a clear conscience that I have fulfilled your wish. The groundwork has been laid. The demon race, the Wu people, the Tao League, the spirit race, the Western race, the ancient almighty, the Wu people's future, and countless other future trajectories have been laid out. From now on, there is no need to lay out the groundwork. The plot will be accelerated all the way to the end. If there are some future plots that you don't understand, you can come back and read this part of the No Alliance. Chapter 1068. The so-called confirmation of the news was not easy. Qin Fangyang was taking a huge risk. This was because the root of this matter had always been the biggest dark area in the entire Yanwu Empire. The true upper echelons, such as the left and right heavenly kings and the 4 great generals, were not interested in this dragon's fighting for heritage. In the eyes of the true powerhouses, the so-called dragons fighting for heritage was far from a great opportunity. Rashly getting involved would be demeaning themselves. There were many family disciples who were related to them studying in the ancestral Dragon High School. When encountering this opportunity, one's results would speak for themselves. If one's strength was not as good as others, wouldn't it be normal for them to not have a chance? On the other hand, if there were children in these families who were usually among the top in the ancestral Dragon High School, then when this opportunity came, there would definitely be a place for them. However, this kind of opportunity that the upper echelons looked down on and the lower echelons could not come into contact with, or even covet, gradually formed a huge circle of benefits over time. Ordinary commoners had outstanding talents and cultivation strength that far surpassed their peers. They were the strongest candidates to compete for the dragons fighting for heritage. However, at some point in time, they would suddenly be injured or their cultivation realm would slip. This kind of thing was common. No matter how unwilling they were, they would miss out on this opportunity. After all, the duration of the dragons fighting for heritage was short. By the time they recovered, this matter would have already passed. What could they do? The path of cultivation was full of thorns. It was difficult for anyone to have a smooth journey. There were always ups and downs. It was very common for one's cultivation to not be smooth or get injured during training. The more specific dark areas would not be described one by one. In short, it was just one sentence. Qin Fangyang wanted to take a piece of the cake of benefits for his students like Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. It was not easy. Therefore, when Qin Fangyang knew that this year was the year of the dragons fighting for heritage, he immediately planned in secret. However, he called Zhuo Xiaoduo many times, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not get through. No one answered. Qin Fangyang was very puzzled about this. However, he did not dare to call Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others. Firstly, he was afraid that the news would be leaked. Secondly, he had not interacted much with Yi Changqing and the others. It was hard for him to be certain that these two old fellows would not have any ulterior motives. For example, after receiving the news, they could use their own connections to insert their own children into the organization. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian were the higher-ups of martial ancestor Gao Wu. Who knew if they were in cahoots with martial ancestor Gao Wu? As long as there was an exchange of benefits, Zhuo Xiaoduo's fortuitous opportunity would immediately fail. As far as Qin Fang knew, this was a very normal thing. However, Qin Fangyang did not contact Li Chenglong because he had thought about it over and over again. Regarding the dragons fighting for heritage, Qin Fang had placed his greatest hopes on Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was even to the extent that it could be said that allowing one person to obtain the fortuitous encounter of a group of dragons seizing the vein was already the limit. If he rashly told Li Chenglong about this matter, then wouldn't he be asking for trouble and causing trouble or even hostility for no reason? If Li Chenglong had the intention to rebel because of this, then it would only cause the situation to escalate out of control. Yes, during this period of time, Qin Fangyang had collected too many information related to the dragons fighting for heritage. Naturally, he had come into contact with many past events that happened because of benefits, selfish desires, and various reasons. This matter also involved He Yuanyue's dying wish, causing him to be unusually sensitive. His various actions were very different from the past, but he cared too much. He was suspicious of everyone and could not trust anyone. He was worried about his gains and losses. Qin Fangyang thought about it over and over again and decided to call Zhuo Xiaoyan. Qin Fangyang could be suspicious of anyone, but he definitely would not suspect Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan would never harm Zhuo Xiaoduo, let alone snatch away Zhuo Xiaoduo's opportunity. Furthermore, Zhuo Xiaoyan was a girl and also belonged to the Phoenix bloodline. There was no point in joining the dragons fighting for heritage. Qin Fangyang had considered all aspects thoroughly. Compared to Zhuo Xiaoduo who could not be contacted, Qin Fangyang only called Zhuo Xiaoyan twice before contacting her. Qin Fangyang immediately asked about Zhuo Xiaoduo's movements. From Zhuo Xiaonian, he found out that Zhuo Xiaoduo was participating in some kind of training and would not be seen for a few months. Qin Fangyang felt that it was strange. Zhuo Xiaoduo had just broken through and should be consolidating his foundation. Why would he suddenly participate in some kind of training? However, Qin Fangyang did not think too much about it. After all, Zhuo Xiaonian vaguely told him that Zhuo Xiaoduo's training had been specially informed by a super important person. At that moment, Qin Fangyang excitedly told Zhuo Xiaonian, "There's a piece of great news about Zhuo Xiaoduo's future." Then, he made an appointment to meet Zhuo Xiaonian. What Qin Fangyang did not know was that the super important person, Bai Yunduo, was nearby. She had heard their conversation. The reason why she chose to monitor them was to be safe. She was afraid that Qin Fangyang would say too much and alert Zhuo Xiaonian. That night, Qin Fangyang secretly went to Zhuo Xiaonian's residence and talked about the dragons fighting for heritage. When Zhuo Xiaonian heard about this opportunity, she was naturally very interested. It was not that Zhuo Xiaonian was short-sighted or that the Nine Heavens Pavilion did not tell her about this opportunity. It was because she knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's Tower of Annihilation needed the dragon bloodline. This opportunity might be a dispensable opportunity for others, but for Zhuo Xiaoduo, it might be a great opportunity to take a big step forward. Therefore, she made an agreement with Qin Fangyang that she would inform Zhuo Xiaoduo once the specific time was confirmed. She was even thinking that she could make use of her connections with the higher-ups of the Nine Heavens Pavilion to help Zhuo Xiaoduo to ensure that he would get a place. Zhuo Xiaonian was really excited at this moment. She was sure that this dragon's fighting for heritage would be very beneficial to Zhuo Xiaoduo. She definitely could not miss it. Qin Fangyang was also very excited. Only Bai Yun Fairy, who was secretly eavesdropping on them, did not want to object to this dragons fighting for heritage, even though Bai Yun Duo did not like the idea of dragons fighting for heritage. This was an opportunity for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Anyway, to her, she only needed to slightly influence this matter to ensure that Zhuo Xiaoduo would be able to enter smoothly. It was really not a big deal. After Qin Fangyang and Zhuo Xiaonian made an agreement, they left secretly. Qin Fangyang was really a little paranoid now. Before he left, he repeatedly reminded Zhuo Xiaonian not to spread the news before the quota was confirmed, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhuo Xiaonian naturally agreed wholeheartedly and promised. In the next 2 to 3 days, Qin Fangyang did not come. He only made 2 calls to say that everything was going smoothly and that there were no accidents. Then, he made an agreement with Zhuo Xiaonian that he had some clues now and asked her to meet tomorrow night to pass the message. After all, electronic communication devices were too unsafe. Zhuo Xiaonian did not dare to delay when she received the message. The next day, she ended her cultivation early and went to the appointed place to wait for Qin Fangyang's arrival. Zhuo Xiaonian was very happy when she heard from Qin Fangyang that there was great progress in the matter. She felt that this was another great opportunity for her to improve greatly. In order to thank Qin Fangyang for his efforts and contributions, she specially bought the best delicacies and took out a few jars of truly priceless spirit wine from her collection to thank Qin Fangyang. However, on this day, Zhuo Xiaonian waited until the sky was completely dark, but Qin Fangyang did not appear. Until 8:30 p.m. Zhuo Xiaonian finally could not help but call Qin Fangyang. However, the phone showed that he could not get through temporarily. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaonian faintly felt that something was wrong. Qin Fangyang was not a person who did not give instructions. Even if there was an unexpected change, he should have taken the time to inform her. She forced herself to wait patiently for another half an hour. When she called again, he still could not get through. Zhuo Xiaonian changed her mind and no longer hesitated. She flew up and flew to Ancestral Dragon High School to inquire about Qin Fangyang. However, the news that Zhuo Xiaonian received was that Qin Fangyang had not come to work since the Spring Festival. No one in the entire Ancestral Dragon High School knew where teacher Qin had gone and what his current whereabouts were. Zhuo Xiaonian's heart suddenly thumped. Qin Fangyang had been in contact with her these days. He repeatedly mentioned that he was at Ancestral Dragon High School and did not leave during the Spring Festival. Ancestral Dragon High School gave her the information that he had not come to work since the Spring Festival. Where did this come from? However, Zhuo Xiaonian investigated many people in Ancestral Dragon High School, including the higher-ups of Ancestral Dragon High School. The news that she received was shockingly consistent. She did not see him. She did not know where he had gone. She had not seen him for a long time. The matters related to Qin Fangyang before the Spring Festival were all vivid in her mind and could be investigated. However, since the Spring Festival, it was as if an invisible hand had erased all traces of Qin Fangyang's existence. This meant that Qin Fangyang had disappeared. Zhuo Xiaonian keenly sensed that something was wrong. Moreover, the force behind all this was probably extremely powerful. She did not dare to be careless. She quietly left Ancestral Dragon High School. After returning, she immediately told Bai Yunduo about this matter and asked Bai Yunduo to find Qin Fangyang's whereabouts. Bai Yunduo did not think much of it at first. She only thought that Qin Fangyang had been schemed against because he had touched the interests of the dragons fighting for the heritage. However, it was at most a temporary restraint for Qin Fangyang. It should not have harmed his life. Bai Yunduo even thought of taking advantage of the situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo's whereabouts were unknown. She might not be able to catch up with the dragons fighting for the heritage. Perhaps she could use Qin Fangyang's disappearance to put this matter aside. However, after she used her own power to investigate thoroughly, she was shocked to find that Qin Fangyang's movements during this period of time did exist. However, they appeared to be in an inexplicable state of intermittent movements. He suddenly appeared in the east and suddenly in the west, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Although he rarely appeared in Ancestral Dragon High School, it could not be said that he had not worked since the Spring Festival. However, the reality was that all traces could not be found. Everyone's statements were exactly the same. Even when Bai Yunduo ordered a thorough investigation, she still found almost nothing. Bai Yunduo patrolled the world all year round. Naturally, she had her own team. After ordering a thorough investigation this time, she came to a conclusion that made Bai Yunduo dumbfounded. All the clues were cut off and there was no possibility of further investigation. Among them, more than 30 students and 13 teachers of Ancestral Dragon High School were involved. The same clues were erased. It had disappeared completely. It was as if these people had never appeared in the world. What's more, many people around Qin Fangyang's dormitory also mysteriously disappeared. It was as if there was really a big hand that was gradually erasing all traces of Qin Fangyang in this world with the passage of time. Under such circumstances, even if Bai Yunduo's cultivation was very high, her actions were still one step slower. This one-step difference made her fall behind step by step. There was no progress at all. Even as time went by, all traces related to Qin Fangyang were being erased until there was no trace left. After confirming this situation, Bai Yunduo's scalp was about to explode. She really did not expect that under her order to investigate thoroughly, there would be less and less information. Such a bizarre and unforeseen event had actually occurred to him. It was simply inconceivable. However, this was the reality. Under the current situation, unless she used thunderous means and investigated on a large scale without regard for the consequences. Otherwise, there was no target to target at all. Bai Yunduo's heart suddenly sank. With her intuition, which had been experienced for many years, she understood that something big was about to happen. Zhuo Xiaoduo's unknown life and death was already enough to set off stormy waves and turn the world upside down. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo's first teacher, the teacher that Zhuo Xiaoduo valued the most besides his family, Qin Fangyang, was also missing. Bai Yunduo's heart began to tremble. Perhaps in the eyes of the so-called big shots, the disappearance of a high school teacher was not a big deal. However, the possible consequences of this matter were accumulating in monstrous waves. If there were really no results from this matter, Bai Yunduo knew deeply that it would not be strange if the whole of Shangjing city was wiped out. In fact, this matter had touched the bottom line. With the temperament of her master and mistress, they had always been the kind of people who said, if the sky is in the way, cut it down with a sword. If the earth is in the way, cut it down with a sword. Under the strange circumstances of her son's disappearance and her son's teacher's mysterious disappearance, what that couple could do was imaginable, but also unimaginable. For the time being, there were no suspects for Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappearance. It was silent. The anger in her heart was at a delicate moment where she had nowhere to vent it. Qin Fangyang's disappearance provided a direction for this anger to be vented. As for Qin Fangyang's disappearance, anyone with a brain would be able to figure it out. To be able to wipe out the traces so quickly, so comprehensively, and so flawlessly, it must be the work of the higher-ups of the human race in the astral souls. There must be a huge force to do all this to be able to hide from Inspector Bai Yunduo's thorough investigation. This was something that anyone could have thought of. However, what kind of higher-ups of the human race could compare to the monstrous anger of the Inspector of Sky? This matter would inevitably evolve into a tsunami that would shake the history of the astral souls. This was already an undeniable and foreseeable earth-shattering change. Bai Yunduo did not dare to be negligent. She immediately called her husband, Yun Zhonghu. Zhuo Xiaoduo's teacher, Qin Fangyang, mysteriously disappeared in Shangjing. There is a huge force that erased all traces of Qin Fangyang in Shangjing. I suspect that this matter is related to the dragons fighting for the heritage. On the other side of the phone. After receiving this bad news, Yun Zhonghu immediately broke down without saying a word. He hysterically roared, "Motherfucker! What kind of people are they?" Chapter 1069. The king of Zhuolu instantly understood what was going on. But it was precisely because he understood the reason behind it that he was furious. As long as he thought about the matter of the dragons fighting for the heritage that his wife had mentioned, how could the matter not be clear? Thinking back to Qin Fangyang's previous efforts, he had finally been admitted into the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Academy. His deep meaning was self-evident. He wanted to fight for a place for his student in the dragons fighting for the heritage. Now, the phenomenon of the dragons fighting for the heritage had appeared, and the recent opportunity to snatch the heritage was about to arrive. And Qin Fangyang's whereabouts were unknown. Presumably, Qin Fangyang had exposed his purpose and touched someone's sensitive nerve. Therefore, he was targeted, framed, or even assassinated. After all, everyone knew that Qin Fangyang was Zhuo Xiaoduo's teacher, and the master-disciple relationship between them was even more popular. As the teacher of the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Qin Fangyang was qualified to propose a place for the dragons fighting for the heritage. And with Zhuo Xiaoduo's current reputation and status as the number one of the younger generation, it was certain that he would be qualified, and no one could object to it. But on the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo's inevitable selection would undoubtedly touch the interests of some people. Moreover, Qin Fangyang's purpose was not just to get a place. Zhuo Xiaoduo's inevitable selection, but the bottom line. But in this way, the conflict between Qin Fangyang and those whose interests were touched would be irreconcilable. Those bastards are becoming more and more unscrupulous and crazy. In the past few years, they made a fuss about the quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage. In order to stabilize the situation, we turned a blind eye to it. That's fine. But now, at such a time, they can still do such a thing. Unforgivable. The king of Zhuolu's thoughts turned, and he understood the whole story of this strange matter. All the calculations and interests of all parties could be understood in an instant. Immediately, he made a call to Head Ding of the Martial Arts Department. Head Ding was shocked when he received a call from the king of Zhuolu. What was going on? Why did the big boss call? Could it be something serious? He hurriedly picked up, Your Majesty. Listen. The king of Zhuolu said word by word, I will only say this once. Yes. Department head Ding's entire body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He stood up straight, and at the same time, he had a pen in his hand and paper ready. Just from the tone of this sentence, he was keenly aware of the seriousness of the matter and the level of their relationship that could be affected. The king of Zhuolu had personally made the call. I'll only say this once. This was serious. In fact, it was so serious that he might not be able to shoulder it. The first thing is that the heaven inspecting minister and his wife will be coming out of their seclusion in 2 days. Yun Zhonghu said. Department head Ding was ecstatic. Really? That's great, the entire continent is looking forward to it. As for the second matter, I'm sure you've heard about it. Zhuo Xiaoduo of the Hidden Dragon High School has gone missing. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Department head Ding was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he could not wrap his head around it. Regarding the disappearance of Zhuo Xiaoduo of the Hidden Dragon High School, as the department head of the martial arts department, he was naturally well informed. Naturally, he knew that the Hidden Dragon High School was frantically searching for him. However, department head Ding did not take it too seriously. After all, it did not matter if a student was a genius or even a prodigy. The Astral Souls human clan and the Umno Alliance had been fighting for a long time. There were countless geniuses who died in the middle of the road. If he were to worry about everyone, his heart would have been broken a long time ago. Especially. Zhuo Xiaoduo's background was too shallow, and he had no background at all. Yes, the heavenly kings of the left and right had sent people to thoroughly search for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Although the effort was great, it was done in secret. Even department head Ding, who was at his level, was completely unaware of it. Otherwise, he would not be so calm. The heavenly king of the left said in a cold voice, Listen. Zhuo Xiaoduo is the only son of the heaven inspecting minister and his wife. Clang. Department head Ding's phone fell on the table. There was a cracking sound on the other side of the phone. It was a glass of water that had fallen to the ground. Then, department head Ding picked up the phone with lightning speed. Your Majesty, you. I said, I will only say it once. The king of Zhuolu said coldly, out of my mouth, into your ears. Understood. I understand. Department head Ding's voice was trembling. He was trembling badly. The joy of the minister coming out of his seclusion instantly turned into fear. Pure fear. As a man with children and a family, how could he not understand the hidden weight of this sentence? Or rather, he understood it too well. The minister's son was missing. The minister's only son. And the minister and his wife were about to come out of their seclusion with invincible power and cultivation. If I am invincible and come out of my seclusion, and then someone tells me that my son was framed, kidnapped, missing, or dead, what would I do? Department head Ding put himself in their shoes and thought of many things in an instant. At this moment, department head Ding's mind was in a mess. He was at a loss. He only felt like his head was exploding with thunder one after another. Listen. The king of Zhuolu said, the heavenly king of the right and I are investigating Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappearance. We don't need your help. But now, there is a new situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo's teacher, Qin Fangyang, is currently teaching at Ancestral Dragon High School. It's this teacher Qin Fangyang. A few days before and after the new year, he also went missing. His whereabouts are unknown, and his life and death are unknown. This is not a surprising thing. However, the investigator personally investigated it thoroughly, but he still couldn't find the whereabouts of this Mr. Qin. Even the information and traces related to him were all erased. He left no trace and no trace. The meaning revealed by this is very thought-provoking. Minister Ding, you should understand what I'm talking about, right? The king of Zhuolu paused and said coldly, "This teacher Qin is Zhou Xiaoduo's first teacher. It can be said that he is the most important person to Zhou Xiaoduo besides his parents. Let me make it clear to you. The reason he went missing is because of the quota for the dragon's battle for the heritage." Department head Ding felt like he was suffocating. His throat was making noises. He said dryly, "Heavenly King Zhou, what do you mean? Haven't I made it clear enough? Teacher Qin went missing because he wanted to fight for the quota for Zhou Xiaoduo. Then, do you need me to say who did it?" The king of Zhuolu said indifferently, "I don't care about the details, and I'm not interested to know. It doesn't matter to me who did it. I'm just telling you, or in other words, warning you seriously, Qin Fangyang cannot die." "I understand." Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down from Minister Ding's forehead, and he had an urge to relieve himself. The king of Zhuolu's voice sounded like it came from hell. "The dragon's battle for the heritage is just a path to the top. We are already far away from that level, so we don't pay attention, don't care, and don't care. The Department of Martial Arts and the Ancestral Dragon High School can do whatever you want. Just treat it as a benefit for the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, the Department of Martial Arts, the children of the royal family, and the children of the big families in the capital. This is not a big deal. After all, the privileged class enjoys some benefits and some unspoken rules to make plans for the future. It's understandable. Wherever one goes, one's vision will follow. As the saying goes, the clouds cover one's eyes, but one's body is at the top. This is what it means. After all, no matter what society or dynasty, there will always be such unspoken rules. It's not an ideal to ask for the whole world to be peaceful, and for all the officials to be diligent and honest. It's just a delusion. But this time, some people unfortunately violated the taboo. What's even more unfortunate is that they just happened to run into a fatal timing. The evils they bring on themselves are the hardest to bear. These words come out of my mouth and into your ears. You know the consequences if you leak a single word. I understand, I understand, I understand everything." Department head Ding stood straight. He was sweating so much that his clothes were soaked. He was getting more and more impulsive. Right now, he could only feel his heart pounding, his blood pressure rising, and his eyes seeing stars. "At this stage, I only have one request." Heavenly King Zhou said slowly, "Qin Fangyang cannot die." "I understand." Heavenly King Zhou repeated the words "Qin Fangyang cannot die" twice. The first time, it was a simple introduction. The second time, he pointed out the pros and cons, pointed out the crux, and emphasized it. On the other end, Heavenly King Zhuo's voice was cold. "If you understand, then do it." Before he could finish, he hung up. Department head Ding held the phone in his hand. He could feel cold sweat breaking out all over his body. His heart was pounding in his throat. Something big had happened. Something really big had happened. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He put down the phone slowly and stood there in a daze for a while. Then, he rushed out and got a bucket of water. He activated the icy chi and turned it into ice cubes. He rubbed them on his face and neck. He couldn't make a decision now. If he made a decision now, he would be impulsive and do bad things. He couldn't make any mistakes in what he was about to do. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Once he made a mistake, he would be doomed. There was no room for luck. When he finally calmed down and regained his senses, he sat on the chair. The King Zhuolu's meaning is clear. If we can find Qin Fangyang before the minister and his wife find out about this matter, and deal with this matter thoroughly, then there will still be room to turn the situation around, and we can save the lives of most people. If the minister and his wife find out that Qin Fangyang hasn't been found, or that he's already dead, the consequences will be unimaginable. Many people will die. The situation now is obvious. The timing of this incident is too subtle. The minister's son went missing first. His son's teacher went missing after he fought for his son's right to compete for the dragon's vein. Both of them are still missing. Once the two are connected, it's serious enough to pierce through the sky. Department head Ding organized his thoughts. As he thought carefully, he picked up the phone and made a call. To the brothers and sisters who are reading the original subscription, I want to explain, I really don't want to be sick. I really don't want injections. I also want to explode every day. But my body is like this. I can't help it. To the readers who are reading the pirated version silently, if you understand, then understand. If you don't, you can choose to read another book. What follows is a scolding. To the people who are reading the pirated version and scolding me, I reply, fuck you. It's up to you whether you want to read it or not. Who do you think you are? How much face have I given you? Did the heavens give birth to you wrongly? Why are you looking at the fruits of other people's labor so shamelessly and scolding them? All these years of compulsory education have taught you to be shameless. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.